Yeah. You want to just change it and put it out right now? Okay. Hey, so just change it out right now, or do you want to leave it up?
We just want, but I mean, here now. Say again?
Do you want to change the necklace out right now, or leave this up?
I prefer just one just have a name, you know, the title, if you got it. That'd be great.
Yeah. You want to leave it right there and change it out once it starts?
You want it up or do you want to let her change your fees?
So do you,
Whatever you all prefer. Just
I'm not sure who's going to be sitting here.
Hey, you ready?
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Call you over.
Thanks.
Oh, wait.
so, don't skip this. Don't take this. I'm just gonna leave
We'll
this one.
run off.
Yeah. Okay. Please. Yeah. Please. Appreciate it.
Is she right here? Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate you helping me out.
I think this makes sense for now. And more likely. And if not,
That would be fine. I like that. I'll do that. No.
he has more work for me. I just want to try. Who is
Good morning, sir. I'm Michelle. Nice to see you.
Oh, hey,
I don't like being this far away from you.
say it one more time.
I don't like being this far away from you.
Absence makes the heart grow fonder.
Do you know, Kristen?
No, hi.
Hi, I'm Michelle.
Michelle, great to meet you.
And Vic is my counterpart.
I've been talking with Vic.
Hi, Vic.
We were
Hi,
just
Vic.
talking
Hi, nice to
through
meet you.
what made sense for question order. So I'd love to hear if you guys have a.
So I was thinking, we tried to put everyone in order,
Oh, sure.
which is fun and
Its own
way
thing,
not-
yeah.
So what I was thinking is in order of our dais. Now we're obviously much smaller, but trying to do every other.
Oh no! I'm sorry. So no, yeah, we got the order straight. No,
Yeah.
no, we're clear there. What I was meaning is like we started the hearing, things are going Miss Bonamici's not here, like knowing who the next member to recognize, because I think sometimes that will not always follow.
So can you all just keep a list?
Yeah,
that's
and
what
so we
we
just,
usually do.
can I just
That's
send it
what
to
we do.
Mindy?
Yeah.
And
Yeah, that's what we do.
And
Yeah,
can-
you
just send it to you?
we have a Teams
Okay.
channel, so just send it to
I just didn't know if we had to have,
Yeah.
if it was better, if we needed
And
one
can you
with
hand
all
yours
of us.
Yeah.
to me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Sounds
You give
good.
us the
We'll
list.
keep doing it the way we do.
Okay,
and
that's
she'll-
what we do. We do this list too.
Yep.
And then
Perfect.
I kind of try to keep a master. I mean, mainly keeping the order is what I
Right.
do.
Oh, okay.
And if there's like other questions and stuff, then we. But yeah, keeping up the order is like. He has to go finance for some reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No, but I'm saying, okay, thank you.
So whatever you normally do, whatever you normally do.
There's another clerk.
She said that as I send her our order, she will
Can you see if there's another clerk available?
whatever you guys want to do.
Because clerk has to, class has to actually. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'll be here.
So our other hearing room has an answer. Also, we have five.
I take a bus to get down here.
I know. We switched hearing rooms on you. Sorry about that.
You gave me 3 questions. Is there a particular picking order on those questions? 1, 2, 3? I don't know if I'll get through.
So there's two panels. The first panel will get through. I'll go in order, but the first panel will be before the first vote series. So we'll have the administration witnesses up first, and then we'll get through that. We're gonna start in the next 5 minutes.
Wait a minute, I only have 3 questions. One was for Lee and one was for Gray and Harris.
So Newland will be in this. Grandin Mays won't be until the second panel.
Oh, okay.
So you want to do this one for Mr. Newland. So so the first question.
Get through that.
But if you want another question, I'll just have it ready. So we can do that. We'll have it ready.
You might
Okay.
have a little time.
Yeah. We got you. I don't. We still have a little more time to go because we would. I mean, we still need. Well, ghosts are always.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But at this moment, it would be. But like.
Okay, got it.
I'm trying to keep track of how. I'm keeping track.
Yeah.
And the minorities keeping track. And then let me see if I can find. The good news is with our children, we have.
I'm getting through them now.
The parliamentary stuff. Then he'll do his opening statement, and then Stansberry will do his opening statement, and then you, and I believe it will be Bonici because I think he's somebody. That's what I have in the script. And then we'll go. So it'll be Gosar, Stansberry, you, and then Bonici, and then we'll go to the first two. So I will change this. We were trying to remember who we had that was alive. Elijah Fernandez.
And
I feel like there's one more.
I so didn't expect her to be here today. I did wonder, I'm not sure Miss Davis, but she's a Haskell alum. But she apparently is not.
What's the concern? Okay, why is that? No eyes for the members that are in the. We frequently do.
Members are going to be exposing through that door, so.
Yeah, we can try to keep it out there. But you want us to clear out all the LAs?
I mean, we don't have our ways for those members, so
Okay.
that's just
I'll
been
try-
our posture. If you want home, we just need the door closed.
Yeah.
like in terms of
Okay.
this room, thanks, Bob.
Yep.
The Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations and the Subcommittee on Higher Education and Workforce Development will come to order. Without objection, the chairs are authorized to declare recess of the subcommittees at any time. The subcommittees are meeting today to hear testimony on investigating how the Biden administration ignored cries for help from students at Haskell Indian Nations University. Under House Natural Resources Committee Rule 4F, any oral opening statements at hearings are limited to the chairman and the ranking minority member. For purposes of this joint hearing, that will also be extended to the chair and ranking member of the Subcommittee on Education and Workforce Development of the Committee on Education and Workforce. I therefore ask unanimous consent that all other members' statements be made part of the hearing record if they are submitted in accordance with House Natural Resources Committee Rule 3.0. Without objection, so ordered. I ask unanimous consent that the following members be allowed to sit and participate in today's hearing: the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann. Without objection, so ordered. I also ask unanimous consent that the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens, be allowed to participate. Without objection, so ordered. All right, and I now recognize the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The committee gathers today to address the many scandals plaguing Haskell Indian Nations University. This institution is one of 2 post-secondary schools operated by the Bureau of Indian Education, tasked to provide high-quality education to the Native American students. Instead, it's plagued with a history of mismanagement, abuse, and corruption. The issues we're discussing today are not only a disgrace to the university, but to university and the federal government entities responsible, but also to students and faculty harmed due to the lack of metrics and accountability. This permissive and toxic mindset has thrived for too long, has negatively impacted numerous Native American lives. For too long, this community has suffered from the lack of true and accountable oversight. For too long, the soft bigotry of low expectations has prevailed when it comes down to the Native American community. This widespread dysfunction at Haskell is not an isolated incident. It's a symptom of systematic failures, particularly within the Bureau of Indian Education. The Bureau's oversight has been inadequate, allowing problems to fester unchecked. The failures that will be addressed today rest squarely on the shoulders of the Bureau, Secretary Hyland, Oversight, and by extension, President Joe Biden. Future administrations, starting with the President Trump, should make it a priority to rectify the gross neglect of Haskell. The students of Haskell have been deprived of what should be at the #1 guarantee in our educational system, a safe learning environment. The allegations in a recently released investigative report are startling. They include bullying, harassment, multiple failures to address sexual assault cases, and a general culture of unresponsiveness to student complaints. Perhaps more troublesome is that the report's eventual product was delayed. Evidence points to possible omissions and alterations to the final publicly available copy. With each of these new developments, the academic integrity of the institution has been severely compromised. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses. We will hear from individuals who experience things that no one should have to experience at a school or in the workplace. The Bureau of Indian Education will be asked to explain why a Bureau-operated school tolerates the exploitation of its students. In part, Haskell's institution code states to be accountable for words, thoughts, and deeds, and engage in conduct and behavior that reflects the institutional values of the university. This code cannot just be words. This committee must oversee the implementation of reforms that will prevent future generations of Native American students from being harmed. With that, I look forward to the hearing and yield back to the chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Ranking Member Stansberry for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by saying thank you to our witnesses for being here today. I know that for many who are here to tell their stories, it's with great personal sacrifice. And you're here to tell very difficult stories about the trauma that you've experienced. So I want to say thank you for your bravery, thank you for your service, thank you for being willing to tell your story publicly. It's important that we're having this hearing on a bipartisan basis, and we're grateful to have also officials from the administration and from Department of Interior. We've been working across the aisle, both sides of the aisle, to come to the same goal, which is to host a hearing with the support of our Education and Workforce Development Committee and the Subcommittee on Higher Education, to really understand what is happening at this institution. Why have there been continued failures across the many years that these egregious abuses have been happening, and what can we do to address these problems going forward. So just a little bit about what we're going to hear today. In 2018, and I think it's important to identify that this was during the last administration, the director of the Inspector General issued a scathing report about Haskell, which included multiple cases of sexual assault, domestic violence, and victimization of students. The university president tried to cover it up by underreporting the statistics. Employees felt intimidated and bullied by the president at the time, and that president used their influence to help get a family member hired. This year, in 2024, under pressure from a lawsuit, the Bureau of Indian Education finally released a highly redacted report issued over a year earlier that raised even more concerning findings. There was non-responsiveness to student grievances, there was student harassment, bullying of administrators, allegations of theft, nepotism, sexual assault, workplace harassment, fraud, waste, and abuse, and multiple administrative failures, including harassment and bullying, that were ignored by the university president and others. The university leadership worked to manipulate the outcomes of these investigations, and we see allegations that go back at least 17 years. The Department of Education conducted its own investigation that substantiated claims of academic fraud dating back to 2007. And just last week, a former Haskell regent was federally indicted on multiple counts of felony assault resulting in substantial bodily injury. There have been 8 presidents in 6 years. So clearly we have a leadership problem at Haskell. The Department of the Interior, the Bureau of Indian Education, Indian Affairs, Haskell administration have taken some steps to remediate these issues. We have a new permanent president after several years of an acting president. They updated their sexual misconduct and student rights and conduct policies. They're offering regular trainings for students, staff, and faculty, expanded behavioral health services, added a campus advocate coordinator, but clearly it's not enough. These actions are the floor, not the ceiling. And we're here today to really understand what's been going on and how Haskell can be turned into a place where students feel safe, where they can bring their whole selves to school, and the culture of this institution from the top to the bottom can be reformed. We know that in order to do this, it takes leadership, it takes time, it takes persistence, it takes prioritization, and we know that it's going to have to take vision. So I look forward to the conversation today. I look forward to hearing from those who've come to testify and to the bipartisan work ahead across both committees to address these concerns.
Well, thank you. I'm going to recognize myself for my introductory statement. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank the witnesses for traveling here today for this important matter. And I would like to extend a special thanks and welcome to our colleagues from the Subcommittee on Higher Education and Workforce Development, who have been our partners on this issue. I also appreciate our Democrats colleagues' engagement on the issue. Everyone here recognizes that a change must come to Haskell Indian Nations University. Our hearing today will discuss how the Biden administration has turned their backs on the students at the Haskell Indian Nations University, a Bureau of Indian Educational school with students from federally recognized tribes across the nation. Haskell University is a critical educational resource for Indian youth, and as you'll hear today, has so much potential to make a difference for Indian students. Unfortunately, this administration has allowed misconduct, including but not limited to issues from reporting of sexual assault, fraud, and nepotism on campus. To continue under her watch, Secretary Haaland has failed the students at Haskell University. Though Secretary Haaland has stated her commitment to improving Indian education and addressing the sexual assaults of Indian women, she has done nothing to address these issues at Haskell University, despite desperate pleas from student body and from certain faculty. The students there deserve to feel safe while pursuing their education. They deserve to learn and grow in a community that is free from criminal activity and the threat of retaliation for just speaking out. The misconduct at Haskell University is not new. Back in 2018, the DOI, Office of Inspector General, issued a report that uncovered underreporting of crimes at Haskell and how faculty failed to follow established protocols for that reporting. However, today's hearing addresses an investigation that took place in 2022 over the serious instances of misconduct reported by students and faculty and the wrongful termination of cross-country coach Clay Mays, one of the witnesses here today. When he was hired, Coach Mays observed misconduct, and he decided to do the right thing, report it. In response to his concerns, he was retaliated against and removed from his position. During this time, students on the cross-country team were forced to sign a no-contact orders with Coach Mays. The order signed under duress prevented them from speaking to their parents about what they had witnessed or undergone. Yet the students made the hard decision to speak out, despite the possibility of facing retaliation for doing so. The Bureau of Indian Education initiated an investigation into these allegations founded for 2 weeks. However, 2 weeks quickly became 6 months, and investigators uncovered issue after issue after issue, scandal after scandal. When the investigation completed, the AIE report was not publicly released, and students were stonewalled by the BIE human resource officer at the time, who said, "You will never see this report," is a quote. After a lengthy legal battle over the release of the AIB report, and after being compelled to do so, BIE released a report, but it was the wrong report. This was no mistake. Then finally, BIE released the AIB report, but it was heavily redacted. The deceptive conduct by the Bureau of Indian Education regarding the AIB report is ongoing. Despite a recent request from our committee, BIE is yet to hand over the unredacted report. This is a very simple request for the document to fulfill, the department to fulfill, and we expect to see the unredacted AIB report very soon. Make no mistake, members and staff understand that a report of this nature would likely contain highly sensitive information. That is no excuse. There are ways to review that material that would not reveal the identity of the individual publicly and could ensure that the AIB report would not have to be shared with the general public. The Biden administration and Secretary Haaland's department have turned their back on the students and the faculty under threat rather than being true accountability and to change university. The students at Haskell Indian Nations University and the American people deserve answers for the allegations of misreporting, of sexual assault, nepotism, fraud, theft, and so much goes on. Haskell University should be a safe place for Indian students to grow, learn, and prepare for themselves for the next step in life. I'm confident this can still be achieved, but it will require hard work and true accountability. Today, the committee will hear from the individuals whose lives have been changed by their experiences at Haskell University. Despite the challenges, they have been through what they've been through, and they agreed to come before this committee because they too believe that change must come to the university. Indian students across the nation deserve better. I am committed to the real accountability at the university and at the Department of the Interior for the repeated failure to address the dysfunction and misconduct at Haskell Indian Nations University. I now observe the ranking member from the Subcommittee on Higher Education, Ms. Bonamici, for her interest.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you also Chairman Owens and Ranking Member Stansbury. And thank you to the witnesses for being here today. I appreciate for many of you this might be difficult, especially when we're asking you to publicly reshare what may be personal and sometimes traumatic stories. I want to start by acknowledging our country's shameful history of mistreating and forcibly assimilating Native people. In the past years, we've gone to great lengths to attempt to rectify a fraction of these injustices. I'm grateful to the Department of the Interior for its work to address the wrongs many Native students experienced in boarding schools after many were forcibly removed from their families, communities, languages, religions, and cultural beliefs. In 2021, Secretary Haaland announced the Federal Indian Boarding School Initiative, an effort to recognize the concerning legacy of federal Indian boarding school policies and to address the intergenerational impact. I'm also pleased to see that the department invested funding in the National Fund for Excellence in American Indian Education, which they had indicated had been inactive for decades. Haskell Indian Nations University was established from what once was an Indian boarding school, where Native children were forcibly assimilated for decades, an issue I'm familiar with because I represent Oregon, where we have Chemawa Indian School. Haskell University can and should be a safe space for Native students to learn while embracing and uplifting their culture. This is a noble goal, and with support, it is attainable. Unfortunately, the reality of Haskell University is a sharp contrast to this goal. All academic institutions are responsible for creating safe and supportive learning environments. In the unique case of Haskell University, the burden falls on the Department of the Interior and the Bureau of Indian Education to provide resources and guidance to facilitate a safe school environment. We have heard of instances on campus that have indicated failure after failure of the university and the Bureau to provide the leadership, transparency, accountability, and management, despite reports of a hostile campus environment rife with academic fraud, nepotism, neglect, and tragically, in some cases, sexual misconduct and abuse. I want to emphasize, this is not a new issue. There have been reports of misconduct for years. Student survivors report sexual assault and say they were met with indifference and a lack of consideration for their privacy and their mental health. The Inspector General has confirmed accusations of nepotism and bullying, as well as cases of academic fraud. The sitting university president directed the editor of the Indian Leader, a student newspaper, to not contact any outside government agency or the police regarding university matters without first getting permission. The students deserve better, the faculty deserve better, and the community deserves better. Haskell University provides education to a population that has historically been underserved in higher education, and it must improve. The Bureau of Indian Education must hold Haskell University accountable for strict academic accountability and transparency standards. The Bureau must also be forthcoming with Congress about whether those standards are met for the health and well-being of Haskell students. And finally, I want to emphasize, accusations of misconduct have gone on for years. It may be tempting to try to point fingers at a single administration to pick where it all went wrong, but the reality is that the systemic issues plaguing Haskell University have happened for years under multiple administrations, both Democratic and Republican. Our task today should not be to engage in a partisan blame game, but instead commit ourselves to bettering the lives of students and faculty and the Haskell Indian Nations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlewoman. I'm now going to introduce our witnesses for the first panel. First, we have the Honorable Brian Newland, Assistant Secretary, Bureau of Indian Affairs, U.S. Department of Interior. And second, Mr. Matthew Elliott, Assistant Inspector General for Investigations, Office of the Inspector General, U.S. Department of the Interior. Let me remind the witnesses that under committee rules, you must limit your oral statements to 5 minutes, but your whole entire statement will appear in the hearing record. To begin your testimony, just push the little button and you'll see the green light go on. When it hits yellow, you got to start summing it all up, and when it hits red, cut it short because we got lots of questions. I now recognize Mr. Newland for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, ranking members, and members of the committee. Ani Boujou. My name is Brian Newland. I have the privilege and honor of serving as the Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs at the Department of the Interior. And I want to thank you for inviting me before these committees today to discuss our important work at Haskell University. Haskell occupies a special place in Indian country. It began as a boarding school designed to carry out the federal government's policy of forced assimilation of Indian children. It has since become a respected university that has educated Native students from across the country for generations. The community of Haskell Rascals really represents all of Indian country. Haskell alumni can be found in most tribal communities. And nearly everyone in Indian country knows Haskell, celebrates the achievements of its students, faculty, and staff. And their accomplishments make all of us proud. But as has been noted already, Haskell has had more than its share of challenges in recent decades. A lack of investment from the federal government has allowed facilities on campus to deteriorate and led to the closure of sports programs like football. High turnover in leadership at the Bureau of Indian Education and in Haskell's administration have made campus governance difficult and has fostered cliques amongst the staff. Federal employment laws designed for federal agencies are not suited to running a university and present challenges. And there have been many other challenges as well. In 2022, I learned about allegations of sexual assaults against students by other students or young people in and around the Haskell community. I also learned about allegations that a member of the Haskell athletic staff had inappropriately touched students. At the same time, there was a series of allegations and counter-allegations involving student athletes, coaches, staff, and administrators. Most of those allegations related to workplace conduct and management of sports programs. Before I describe our response, I want to make 2 points very clear. Everyone who steps foot on Haskell's campus should feel safe and supported. And I expect every member of our staff to treat people with compassion and respect. We know all too well the disproportionate rates of violence that is committed against Native women and girls. And fear of that violence should not follow people to Haskell's campus. In addition, we want to hold members of Haskell staff to standards as high as any other institution of higher learning, and they should not be subject to bullying or harassment while doing their jobs. In response to these allegations, our team worked to respond quickly by referring some matters to the Office of the Inspector General, and we also sought independent investigations of these allegations and independent reviews of Haskell student support policies and processes. Following those investigations, the BIE worked to help students and staff improve reporting and response to sexual assaults. In coordination with independent reviewers, Haskell designated an interim campus advocate coordinator in October 2022. That position handles allegations and began revising the Student Code of Conduct and other campus policies relating to student support. With respect to other allegations involving workplace conduct and sports programs, Haskell also took administrative and disciplinary action involving a number of employees and contractors. Since the start of my tenure at the department, I've made improving Haskell's operations a priority. Early on in 2021, we began the process of elevating the position of the Haskell president to a senior executive service position. It had previously been a GS-15, a university president. Our goal was to attract more talented candidates to lead Haskell and to promote stability in its leadership. We've also asked Congress to provide increased funding for Haskell, and we've had some success in that over the last 3 years. I've visited campus several times as assistant secretary. I've met with students, faculty, staff, and the college's board to learn more about their goals and their concerns. And I also meet weekly with BIE leadership, including the Haskell president, to stay connected in our work. While we've made improvements and increased our student enrollment, we have many challenges to address. With my limited time, Chairman, I just want to take this opportunity to speak to everyone in the Haskell community. Haskell is a place that we're proud of, and we're working every day to make everyone's experience on campus as safe and as positive as possible for everyone. I want it to be memorable for the reasons it should be when people come to Haskell. Young leaders who learn and grow to prepare for a successful life. And I want students to receive a world-class education and have access to the same experiences and resources as students on other campuses here in our country. And I want our faculty and staff to be safe, successful, and united in supporting our students. And I'm going to work with the Secretary and with this committee and Congress every day to make sure that happens. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Newland. I now recognize Mr. Elliott for his 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, ranking members, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I am pleased to stand in as the designee for Inspector General Greenblatt, who is testifying this afternoon before the House Oversight Committee. Every day, DOI employees and private citizens reach out to our complaint hotline to share information about potential fraud, waste, abuse, misconduct, or mismanagement. The OIG also receives complaints directly from department officials. Based on the information submitted, the OIG evaluates the complaints and could open a criminal, civil, or administrative investigation, conduct an audit, inspection, evaluation, or review, refer the complaint to the appropriate DOI bureau or office, refer the complaint to another federal or state law enforcement agency, or electronically file the information for future reference. Our office has a proven track record of assessing complaints, opening investigations, and issuing public-facing reports as appropriate. The 92 employees that I lead in our Office of Investigations remain responsive and capable of investigating a full range of alleged misconduct. Relevant to the discussion here today, between 2018 and the present, we received 68 complaints related to issues at Haskell. We opened 5 investigations, initiated 1 review, referred 32 of the complaints to the Bureau of Indian Education, and referred 1 complaint to the Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs. The remaining 29 complaints were electronically filed for information, often because they were duplicative or lacked specificity or actionable information. 3 of the 5 investigations that we opened during this time period involved allegations of misconduct by Haskell employees not related to sexual harassment or misconduct. In each of those cases, we did not substantiate the allegations. The 4th investigation involved allegations that Haskell employees covered up students' complaints of sexual misconduct. During the course of that investigation, we learned of BIA's own investigative report into these allegations. Therefore, we closed our investigation into those matters in August of 2023. The 5th investigation stemmed from 13 complaints regarding allegations of mismanagement by Haskell's senior administration and president, focused primarily on the administration's handling of misconduct complaints. In addition, we investigated allegations that the president bullied employees, committed nepotism, and demonstrated favoritism. We also investigated allegations that the administration misused Title III funds. During the course of our investigation, we received an allegation that a Haskell instructor sexually assaulted a student off campus. Because local law enforcement had primary jurisdiction, we immediately referred that matter to the Lawrence Police Department and offered our assistance. At the conclusion of our investigation, we transmitted our findings to the directors of BIE and BIA and publicly issued an investigative report in November 2018. In that report, we found that university officials did not consistently follow Haskell's guidelines for handling complaints of misconduct, and that Haskell's administration inaccurately reported crime statistics in 2014 and 2015. We also found that Haskell employees felt bullied and intimidated by the Haskell president, and we found that the president's presence in a meeting influenced a family member's appointment to a high-level position. We did not, however, find evidence of favoritism or improper use of funds. Because of a history of complaints related to mishandling allegations of sexual assault and the findings from our 2018 report, in 2022, I directed OIG's Special Investigations and Reviews to initiate a review to determine whether BIE-operated post-secondary institutions were appropriately following laws and policies relating to complaints of sexual harassment and misconduct. This review is currently ongoing. We look forward to providing a report to Congress and the public when it is complete. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elliott. I'm now going to recognize members for their 5 minutes. I'm going to go first to the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens.
Thank you. Mr. Newman, in a sworn statement, a Haskell faculty member described a complaint made by 2 female interns from the University of Kansas against an employee for engaging in inappropriate conduct. Haskell conducted a joint investigation with the Kansas Law School. The level of disciplinary action that was taken was, quote, maybe 5-day suspension because he'd already gotten a reprimand letter in the past, unquote. Why would you continue to employ individuals who admitted to such inappropriate behavior?
Congressman, thank you for that question. Can you clarify for me what report you're referring to?
I don't have the details. You're not familiar with this report?
I'm not familiar with a University of Kansas investigation.
Okay, so you're not familiar with this particular action then at all?
I'm not.
This AIB report?
Our internal report?
AIB report?
Yes, the Administrative Investigation
Yes.
Board report.
Uh-huh.
There were, we have a couple that are flowing out of, I believe, all of these. Are you referring to the January 2023?
I'm asking you, so you're saying that you have not familiar at all with this report I'm talking about? You've not heard about it? You've not heard this, and this is, again, we're talking about an employee of Haskell. You have not heard about the disciplinary action taken that may be 5-day suspension because he's gotten a reprimand letter before? Is this the first time you're hearing about this?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear
Is this
you.
the first time you're hearing about this?
Congressman, I can tell you from our Administrative Investigation Board in our report, our internal investigations led to administrative.
I'm just asking a real quick question. Are you saying you've never heard about this particular incident that has been investigated between Haskell and the Kansas City Law School?
Congressman, I'm not aware of the Kansas University Law School investigation.
It's a Haskell employee.
Correct. I understand. I hear you.
Okay. And you have no idea what this is all about?
That is unfamiliar to me,
Okay.
anything involving Kansas University.
All right. I have a letter from the Haskell cross-country team addressed to you. In the letter, the team speaks about the concerns about Haskell's and the Bureau's, quote, lack of leadership, toxic bullying nature, the nepotism involved with ongoing issues that have been neglected, unquote.
Mm-hmm.
In their words, our voices are not being heard, our well-being ignored, and our fears pushed aside. Did you see or read this letter?
Congressman, I saw a copy of that letter attached to our internal report. I know that in that investigation it says that report that complaint was referred to me. In
Okay.
preparing for this hearing,
Okay, well,
Congressman,
I don't want to take too much time. So you are aware of it. My question is, did you respond to the letter?
well, what I was getting to, Congressman, is that in preparing for this report and going back through my records, I did not find a copy of that letter. What often happens, people will email me sometimes at an email address
Okay.
that's wrong.
Okay, thank you so much. Ms. Elliott, do you have, what kind of time do we have? I'm looking for the, okay. Do you have an agreement between the Office of Inspector General and the Department of Interior, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Bureau of Indian Education, and Haskell about reporting sexual assaults to the Office of Inspector General?
Congressman, we don't have a specific agreement. We do essentially maintain a first right of refusal on all allegations of significant sexual misconduct. We would view allegations, especially involving instructors or employees at Haskell University, as meeting those standards for first right of refusal.
Okay. In your 2018 report findings included that the Haskell officials did not consistently follow their guidelines for handling complaints of misconduct, and employees felt bullied and intimidated by then Haskell president. You also learned that a Haskell instructor sexually assaulted a student at the organization. That your organization, not Haskell, referred to the Lawrence Police Department. Fast forwarding, you have a letter received from Dr. Graham and Coach Myers. Given the report, why didn't you investigate these allegations about the university with a history of not following their own rules and possibly repeating the troubled actions you found in your 2018 report?
Congressman, I think, as evidenced in my written testimony and my oral testimony, we considered all 68 complaints on their merits and did open 5 separate investigations into various matters, some involving allegations of sexual misconduct, some allegations of mismanagement, mishandling of contracts, We are in a position where we oversee the 11 bureaus and offices of a rather large department and have to be particular about how we leverage our investigative resources. It is not uncommon, as it was in this case, for us to refer what we consider to be matters of management grievances or management issues that are better handled by the bureaus so that those issues can be more directly addressed.
Okay, thank you. Now I'll yield back.
I thank the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici, is now recognized. For
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to start by noting that Director Dearman is here today, and I certainly hope that that is an indication that the Bureau of Indian Education is taking this issue seriously. I appreciate the testimony, but I still remain troubled by reports of institutional inaction at Haskell Indian Nations University. Failing to take student grievances seriously is unacceptable, as would be any effort to hide a final report about grievances from students and the public. It's my understanding that in November of 2018, the Department of Interior's Inspector General's report found that Haskell leadership did not handle sexual assault allegations in accordance with the school's guidelines. It also found that the school's mishandling of allegations that an instructor had sexually assaulted a student likely resulted in the re-victimization of that student. So 5 years later, in 2023, we saw another report from the Bureau of Indian Education highlighting failures on the part of school administrators to respond to similar allegations. So Mr. Newland, how did the school respond to the 2018 report, and has anyone in a position of authority informed staff of the proper procedure for handling complaints? And the second part of the question is, what is the Department of the Interior doing today to make certain that the school is following guidelines when there are reports of sexual assault or sexual harassment?
Thank you, Congresswoman. With respect to the 2018 IG report, I can't speak to what actions my predecessors took immediately in response, and I think has been noted already, Haskell has had several presidents since then. I can speak to the 23 report and the sexual assault allegations there. I think it's important to note here that in response to all of this, we undertook on our own an independent review of our own policies and procedures to make sure that our staff, as well as the students on campus, had a clear understanding of the response. And it's very clear to me that our staff could have done a better job at exhibiting more compassion, while also making sure they're respecting the due process rights of people involved. These are struggles that every university in this country is having. Haskell is no different. What I want to make sure that we're doing going forward is taking that independent review and providing clarity to our staff and clarity to our students. The independent report that we commissioned laid out for us that some of our processes were overly legalistic. So if you were a student turning to Haskell staff for help and support, it would be very difficult to figure out what to expect from that process. And so one of the things that we've set out to do is to create a student code of conduct as well as a Title IX compliant or consistent process at Haskell that people can understand. And that's something that we're working to put in place. I hope that answers your question.
Well, partially.
Okay.
Have the faculty, students and faculty been informed of this, and what are you doing today to make sure that the school is following the guidelines?
So thank you, Congresswoman. One of the things that we've done already last fall is engage local law enforcement in Lawrence, Kansas, as well as local organizations on training, facilitated training for our staff at Haskell to understand how to respond and how to conduct these, our process. And that's something that we're looking to do on an ongoing basis, make sure, and that came out of these recommendations from this independent report, to make sure that we're doing this every year.
Thank you. And it's my understanding that the BIE finalized its investigative report into Haskell in January 2023, but the agency did not release that report to the public. And it's also my understanding that the agency did not release the report even after a Freedom of Information Act request was filed. Apparently, the requester had to file a lawsuit and still wasn't even given the correct report, and it wasn't until a year later that BIE handed over a redacted copy of the report. So, Mr. Newland, why didn't the agency turn over the report when it was released, and how will the BIE be more transparent moving forward?
Thank you, Congresswoman. I too, am frustrated by how that was handled. There were, I could give you all of the bureaucratic language. The bottom line is that our team did not handle that as well as we should. And I know we have sent an offer to the committee to make available copies of that report with minimal redactions, only those necessary to protect the identity of students named in that report.
I appreciate that,
Thank you.
Assistant Secretary Newland. I think that would be helpful for the committee to have that information, and I yield back.
Thanks. The gentleman for the chairman for the full committee, Mr. Westerman, is recognized for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Gosar, and also want to thank Chairman Fox for having this joint hearing today. And to follow up on Ms. Bonamici's comments, Mr. Newland, on June 11th, the committee sent a letter requesting information on fee-to-trust decisions as they relate to the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act. That deadline for response was June 28, and we have since sent a follow-up letter, which has also passed its response date. In addition, both this committee and the Education and Workforce Committee requested an unredacted copy of the BIE report we are discussing today, and only late yesterday did we get a response from the department offering an in-camera review of the document, which I will note did not commit to being fully unredacted. With the oversight function of Congress, do you understand that when you withhold data from us and withhold information from us, it automatically creates an air of distrust when you come to a hearing?
Mr. Chairman, I have great respect and appreciation for the oversight role of your committee and Congress. And I am working to get you information response to the request that you laid out about gaming. With respect to
the message of not getting the information we request is that you don't respect Congress and you don't care whether we're upset that you don't give us the information. So with all that behind us, when can we expect to get fully responsive documents from you?
With respect to the BIE report, the January 2023 report, I anticipate we can make that in-camera review available rather quickly. I don't have a date. I can't.
We didn't ask for an in-camera review. We asked for the unredacted report.
Mr. Chairman, we're working to provide that to you. And I want to make sure that I'm being clear that one of the reasons why we believe there will be some redactions still necessary is to protect the students that we're here talking about. There is information in there that would potentially be, the release of that would potentially be embarrassing and harmful to their interests. And
when were you first made aware of the issues related to Mr. May's termination and the students at Haskell as outlined in the 2023 AIB report?
I think I was made aware of Coach May's termination around the time that his contract was terminated. It may have been shortly after or the week that it happened.
And please describe in detail what immediate steps you took in that moment.
In that moment, when I was informed, I typically, as Assistant Secretary, would defer to the Haskell administration to make the determination about coaching of Haskell sports.
When did you first discuss this issue with Secretary Holland?
Discuss which issue, Congressman?
The 2023 AIB report.
Right. I can't give you a date on when I would have
Do you remember if you received any directives from Secretary Holland after discussing the report with her?
Directives such as
actions to take.
I don't anticipate, or I don't recall receiving directives because this would have been my responsibility as Assistant Secretary.
So if it's your responsibility, what actions have you taken to address the findings of misconduct in the AIB report?
So there have been, thank you, Mr. Chairman, there have been several actions taken. As I mentioned, we took disciplinary or personnel actions against 10 members of our staff and contractors. Flowing out of this, there have been subsequent personnel actions, relating to that have flowed out of this. We've also commissioned we made the initial referral to the Office of Inspector General. We commissioned the USPS to conduct an investigation, and we commissioned our own independent review of our policies and procedures. We did all of this on our own.
But have you been satisfied with the response of the department to the report?
Mr. Chairman, I am, none of this satisfies me. What I would tell you is that I am optimistic about our ability to make things better. And a lot of that comes from many of these recommendations that have been provided to us.
So I've got a lot more questions, but not time to ask them. So please, going forward, when we ask for information, please provide it to us in a timely manner, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The gentleman from California, Mr. Cano, is recognized for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the witnesses for being here. I have to say I'm frankly appalled by the lack of transparency and accountability that BIE schools are subjected to. Mr. Assistant Secretary, the 2023 Administrative Investigative Report, Board report detailing the failures of the BIE to respond to alleged abuse indicates that students reported serious grievances to BIE Director Tony German and yourself via email and letters. The board could not find any evidence that any official recognized or responded to that outreach, even to let them know their concerns would be investigated. You're aware that the report did say that?
Congressman, I'm aware that the report
Thank you.
said that.
My question to you is, why did your office fail to respond to these very serious allegations? Not even to let the senders know that their concerns would be addressed.
Congressman, I became aware, as I've indicated, in late June, early July of 2022 regarding some of these. In preparation for this hearing,
My question is, why was there a failure to respond, even to let them know that that their concerns would be addressed? They didn't even receive that.
I'm working to answer your question. I'm trying to answer your question, Congressman. So I became aware in late June, early July of 2022. In preparation for this hearing, I went back into my emails to see if I could find a copy of the letter referenced in the AIB report. I could not. What often happens is people sometimes email me at my name, first name dot last name at BIA. That is not my email address. And I did not receive, I don't recall receiving those letters directly from students.
I'll be interested to read more detail of the BIE report, because the BIE report apparently reflects that emails and letters were sent to you. And so you're telling me that those letters never got to you because they were sent to a different address.
Congressman, I think the internal report reflects that the students believe that they sent the letter to me.
So the students were under a misimpression that letters arrived to you.
Congressman, what I'm trying to say is that oftentimes people send things to me at the wrong email address.
All right. Well, we'll have to ascertain a little bit more about that. We'll have to I want to figure that one out. Why did it take multiple Freedom of Information Act requests to produce the final 2023 BIE report detailing the allegations at Haskell Indian Nations University?
That report should have been disclosed
Thank
earlier.
you very much. The report came to a number of very concerning conclusions, including that the school's sexual assault policy and processes were not applied consistently, and that the procedures regarding sexual assault were insufficient. So what type of oversight does the Department of Interior provide to ensure that Haskell is protecting its students?
Thank you, Congressman. As I've indicated, what we're trying to do is to put in place clearer policies and procedures for both our students and our faculty and staff. I meet regularly with the BI director on a weekly basis, in fact, and I meet on a weekly basis with the Haskell president, and we talk about all manner of issues that affect the BIE, including Haskell. We are working to make sure we've got clear processes in place, training for our staff, support for our students, and I work to create a culture within our organization and expectations of excellence.
Well, thank you. Assistant Secretary Newland, I have a BIE-run school, Sherman Indian High School, in my district. You can understand why I am very troubled by the Department of Interior's failure to follow through when a complaint is made. My staff and yours have been in contact about the abysmal conditions of this school, and I thank Secretary Holland and her team for coming to visit the facility, and her commitment to improving BIE school conditions is laudable. Nonetheless, there are chronic issues that span administrations, not just this administration, but across administrations. Teachers have described persistent flooding in classrooms from old pipes. Staff and students alike report mold in the classrooms and dormitories. My own staff has found dangerous electrical wiring, buildings in severe disrepair, and a host of other serious safety concerns, as well as significant concerns involving the oversight of the school. I had questions for the Inspector General, but my time is running out, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from California. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Newland, the Bureau of Indian Education, or BIE, under the Department of Interior, receives over $1 billion in annual funding from hardworking taxpayers and is responsible for operating Haskell Indian Nations University. In fiscal year 2024, BIE used nearly $20 million in federal funds to operate Haskell. Do you believe the federal government has been effective at running the school, or this is a satisfactory return on investment?
Thank you for that question, Congressman. I believe that historically we have underinvested in Haskell.
Do you think that taxpayers, after all that we've heard today on a bipartisan basis, questioning all the concerns here, that this has been an effective use of taxpayer dollars and we should actually warrant more spending?
Congressman, what I'm trying to tell you is that historically, and I acknowledged in my testimony, historically Haskell has had a lot of challenges. Some of the things that we have been working on since coming into office immediately have been to...
So do you feel like this has been a good return on the taxpayer investment, the $20 million that's been specifically directed to Haskell?
Congressman, I would tell you that the people who've graduated from Haskell
By
are
what
very
standard
proud
of measurement would you say it's been effective use of taxpayer dollars?
I don't know how else to answer your question other than to tell you that I believe we've got a trust obligation to do better.
So you think that taxpayers should continue to subsidize the failures that have been described today on a bipartisan basis and that you've acknowledged in your testimony?
Congressman, I would reiterate that I believe that we have a trust obligation to make these investments in Indian education and higher education and to
Thank
do better.
you for that statement. It's a trust obligation. You said in your initial testimony the number one responsibility is to provide a safe and secure learning environment for the students and the staff. So Haskell is operated by the federal government, and as has already been noted today, it's a pattern of mismanagement, sexual assault allegations going back for years. And it appeared that the BIE might finally provide transparency with the report that was published in 2022, the investigation report that was published in 2022. But the students repeatedly asked for this report, and 2 years later, all they got was this heavily redacted version with the mismatched dates, and it was only released under compulsion from the FOIA request. So it appears that the Biden administration, the Biden-Harris administration, I should say, is unable or unwilling to hold Haskell accountable. In January of a year and a half ago, Haskell students sent a letter to Secretary Holland, asking for the AIB report's release, and she never responded. Is she aware of this letter or this request from the students?
I can't speak to whether Secretary Holland read the students' letter. As I've explained a few times now, Congressman, people often send us these to our emails, and the emails are often entered wrong.
So what does that say about her if she doesn't know about this letter from the students on such a serious issue as is being discussed today for the purpose of this hearing?
Congressman, I will tell you from my firsthand experience that Secretary Holland's commitment to Haskell and its students is probably greater than any of her predecessors in her position.
Well, who's taking responsibility for the failures of transparency and the justice for the victims that have been talked about today? Who's taking responsibility for that?
Congressman, in my role as Assistant Secretary, I provide the leadership and oversight for the Bureau of Indian Education.
So it's your responsibility, all
It's
these
my
failures.
responsibility to set this expectation and to create a culture at Haskell, and that's exactly what I've sought to do
So
since I
is the
started.
federal government, and in this case, your department, fulfilling its responsibility to keep students safe at Haskell?
Congressman, I believe we should do better, always, to keep people safe from sexual assault and abuse and bullying.
What does it say about the school that there's been 6 different presidents in 8 years? Why the continuous change in leadership? Why so frequent change? Is that to cover up the failures, to spare folks from responsibility? Why would there be 6 different presidents in 8 years?
Congressman, prior to this president and this secretary, in my term as Assistant Secretary, the leadership position at Haskell was a GS-15 position, which in the executive branch pay scale is not very, it's lower than other executive leadership positions. One of the first things I began working on.
So what is that pay scale?
The GS-15 pay scale, I don't know what the exact salary.
Said it was lower.
Is lower.
People listening would like to know what that is. What is that amount?
I can provide that to you, but we set out to make it a senior executive service position because that's the type of recognition and respect that's befitting a university president.
Thank you, and I yield back.
I think the gentlewoman, Dr. Adams is recognized for her 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Gosa. And thank you, Mr. Newland, for being here today, for testifying before the committee. Mr. Newland, I was a college professor for 40 years, and I know that, I know better than most that fostering a welcoming campus climate is an essential responsibility for an institution of higher learning, and it's a priority for its leadership. We know that there have been many allegations of misconduct at Haskell that could contribute to a lack of comfort and safety on Haskell's campus. So what steps have BIE and Haskell leaders taken to create a safe and welcoming learning environment for its students?
Thank you, Congresswoman, and I appreciate your experience. I know you have limited time. I want to share. I've also taught at colleges and law schools and served on boards of 2 higher ed institutions, so I appreciate that. Again, one of the challenges I've sought to address immediately is to create stability in the leadership at Haskell, and then in response to the independent report that we commissioned ourselves, to make it clear to students on campus what type of support they should expect to receive and how this process will work if there's an instance of sexual assault. We've also put in place a campus advocate coordinator because Title IX doesn't directly apply to Haskell because of the way it's crafted and Haskell's unique position. We had to build a process that's similar to Title IX, and we put this campus advocate coordinator in place shortly after we received that initial independent report. So these are some of the steps that we're taking.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Mr. Newland, Dr. Ronald Graham, one of the former presidents of Haskell, who also happens to be a witness on the second panel, testified that he was told that student retention and student population growth were major priorities for the school to address. So what are the major causes of these issues, and has Interior dedicated resources to ensuring that students have what they need to be successful?
I'd like to address that in 2 parts, if I can, Congressman. First of all, we have actually increased enrollment at Haskell. The last academic year saw I believe it was the highest enrollment at Haskell that we've had in 13 years. I can verify that after the hearing, if you like. So we also want to make sure that when students come to campus, that they have the support that they need. And again, providing stability and leadership and reducing some of the infighting that has occurred over many, many years amongst some of these cliques that I've identified at the Haskell staff is really important to making sure that it's a stable learning university community.
So can you point to one or two specifics that have enabled you to increase this enrollment?
I would, again, thank you, Congressman. I would point back to some of those things that I mentioned. When you have 8 university presidents in 6 years, that does not signal to people who want to come to your university that there's a lot of good things going on. So building in that stability of leadership by creating a senior executive position for the Haskell president, and getting that position filled, getting the campus advocate coordinator position created and filled. As recently as the last month, we've created other oversight positions within the Bureau of Indian Education to provide support to Haskell and SIPI. This is all part of the organization building that will ensure that we've got stability at Haskell and to provide that consistent, high-quality campus environment.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I thank the gentlewoman. The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Dr. Fox, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Newland, you've implied that if you only had more money and the position, and by the way, don't say thank you for the question. We know that, okay? Don't waste my time. You've implied that you need more money to hire people at higher than a GS 15. Is it your position that people at a GS 15 level or lower have worse morals than people who get more money? Is that your position, that you can't get people with good morality unless you pay them a lot of money?
I hope no, Congresswoman, I'm not saying that.
Well, I'm certainly glad to hear that. You also mentioned you wanted to train people to understand the process. I hate the word train, but that's not my issue. You mean you have to bring people in to tell them the difference between right and wrong? You can't hire people to start with who know whether to report rapes or not?
That's not what I said, Congresswoman.
Okay, well, that's what it sounded like what you were saying, is that you have to teach people to know the difference between right and wrong. Mr. Newland, we have sworn testimony from a contracted adjunct instructor from July 22 stating, quote, "I would hope no one is intimidated and afraid to report a rape. That seems a little ridiculous. The inference here is that students are in fact afraid or hesitant to report a rape on campus. What actions have been taken to ensure that students are not actually intimidated and afraid to report a rape?"
Congresswoman, I've attempted to lay those steps out, those actions out in this hearing already, but I will repeat myself. We have taken the independent review, which included more than a dozen recommendations on how to improve our policies and processes to make it clear to our students about how to seek support and what to expect in that process.
You indicated that you think that letters that were sent by the students never made it to you because they were sent to the wrong email address, correct?
Congresswoman, that is, in my view, the most likely explanation I don't have a recollection of receiving the letter that was in the AIB report.
Would you object to allowing your email devices to be searched to see if maybe they went into your spam or somewhere else? Could those be searched? And without your permission, we could use the addresses you think might have been used to see if anywhere those emails are. But are you absolutely certain that you didn't get any of those emails?
Congresswoman, I wouldn't come here and tell you I'm absolutely certain. I get hundreds of emails on many days, and I don't have a recollection of that. In my preparation for this hearing, I couldn't find any emails with those.
And you
letters
wouldn't
attached.
object to there being a forensic search?
a forensic search. Congresswoman, however we would respond to that type of request for the committee. I mean, I have, my emails are often subject to FOIA requests. My calendar is.
Okay, that's all I need to know.
Great.
Mr. Elliott, regarding the Haskell complaints referred to you in 2022 and 2023, your testimony states that, quote, based on the initial complaint and the additional information provided in our interview, we determined the allegations would be best addressed by the BIE. We referred the allegations to BIE on July 6, 2022, and requested a response in 90 days. We received the BIE response on January 25, 2024, end quote. What were the allegations?
The allegations that we referred back were the exact same allegations that came to the Bureau of Indian Education from the group of Haskell students who submitted the complaint through what's called Personnel Bulletin 1801. BIE shared those allegations with us, and as I stated in my testimony, we evaluated those thoroughly. We determined that BIE was in the best position to investigate those allegations and potentially take action.
Yep.
And so we referred the exact same document back to them. Again, as you heard me explain earlier, we want to make sure that we exert that first right of refusal. And in this case, we appreciated that they had provided those to us, but believed that they were in a better position, BIE was in a better position to investigate and
But
take
it
action.
took BIE 572 days to respond to you. So, Mr. Newland, would you please explain again, if you have done it before, why it took the BIE 572 days to respond to the OIG? And as my colleague from Arkansas said, it does not indicate to us that you're appropriately concerned about what's going on at HINU.
Congresswoman, with respect to the finalization of that report, our investigative board was working to make sure that their investigation was thorough. And with respect to my sentiments regarding Haskell, again, I would disagree with your characterization of my concern for Haskell. I'm proud of Haskell. It's one of the first things I asked about when I started this job. I've been to campus, I've met with their students, I've hosted interns on my staff. I can go on. But Haskell is something.
Just to answer the question.
Well,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. The gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Manning, is recognized for her 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess maybe, I don't know if I can. More microphones for this room. Okay. Mr. Newland, you have stated in your testimony that BIE and Haskell are working to implement changes in response to many, many allegations outlined in the 2023 AIB report. But you also stated that the OIG investigated such allegations in 2018, and I'll add that the full timeline of similar allegations against Haskell go as far back as a Department of Education investigation in 2007, as well as lawsuits and complaints dating back to at least 2016. So misconduct at Haskell is not new. Why did the BIE wait until 2023 to begin implementing changes at Haskell?
Thank you, Congresswoman. We did not wait until 2023 to begin implementing changes. Again, I began my job in February of 2021. Within months of beginning my tenure, we were working to elevate the president position at Haskell to a SES position.
So let me ask you about that, because that has come up several times. And you said that there have been 8 presidents in 6 years. Is that correct?
That's what's been said here in the committee. I believe that's accurate.
Okay. And you have mentioned several times that the Haskell president is paid at the GS-15 salary level, which I don't know by heart, but a quick Google search showed that that's a maximum in 2024 of $191,900 a year. Is that about accurate?
I don't have it in front of me, so I can't disagree with you, Congressman.
Okay, well, I will note that that's more than we make. However, is that on par with what the average college president would make at a small college?
I can't tell you that, but it's, if I may, Congresswoman, it's.
But you've mentioned that over and over as one of the reasons that there are problems, that the Haskell president is paid at the GS-15 level.
I want to make sure I'm clarifying and speaking accurately. The salary is not the only piece of that, Congresswoman. Having that SES position, being a member of the executive service at the Department of the Interior, carries with it a designation of your role in the organization.
Okay, but what I assume what you're saying is one of the problems that Haskell has had is they've had such heavy turnover of presidents, and they have not been able to attract an appropriate president to clean up the mess that's been at that school for year after year after year.
That has been one of the challenges, yes.
Okay. You mentioned something else that I want to go back to, and that was you gave us a list of how many complaints there had been made, 138 complaints, but there had only been 5 investigations. That sounds like a very low number of investigations related to the number of complaints made. Can you explain that?
I know in this instance, Congresswoman, a lot of these complaints or allegations came in bunches. They were one person filing a number or making a number of allegations and counter
Can you tell me how many individuals filed complaints? If you were to boil that down to how many individuals filed complaints?
I can follow up with that number. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, and you mentioned that one of the sexual assault cases was by a student against another student, but it was off campus. So you turned that over to local law enforcement. Is that correct?
So I'm glad you asked that question, Congresswoman. That's been it's apparent to me that was a source of confusion amongst our staff.
But is that what happened? There's a sexual assault by one student against another. It took place off campus, so it was handed to local law enforcement. Can you just say yes or no to that?
There was a referral to local law enforcement.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, did that assault victim have any protection against running into the perpetrator while she was on campus?
In that particular case, Congresswoman, I believe there was an internal process on Haskell. There were other allegations there were some allegations that involved the same person. I know that there was.
The same perpetrator?
Correct.
So to answer my question, did that assault victim, was there any protection offered to her so that she could continue her career at the school without having to run into the perpetrator?
There were no contact orders issued, and I believe, Congresswoman, that the alleged perpetrator we're talking about, as laid out in this report, was removed from campus for other reasons.
Getting back to...
I thank the gentlewoman.
All right, my time is about to expire. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlewoman. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Assistant Secretary Newland, Dr. Graham was hired as president by Dr. Dearman on February 20th, 2020, and his first day on campus service was May 11th of 2020. In December 2020, Director Dearman gave him an outstanding exceeds expectations evaluation. Now, he was terminated on May 7th, 2021, allegedly 3.5 days before his probation ended, and he became a merit system employee. There was no notice of deficiencies or required improvements. He was given 1 hour to clear his office and leave campus. Why was Dr. Graham terminated from his position?
Thank you, Congressman. I can't speak to Dr. Graham. I can't speak much about Dr. Graham's tenure as.
Do you not know
Haskell
the reason he was terminated?
I don't.
Thank you. Were you informed that the 3 so-called failures cited to justify his termination were actually each listed as accomplishments in the BIE evaluation conducted shortly before his termination?
I'm not aware of that, Congressman.
Not aware of that either. You're not doing too good here. Were you informed that in the 90 days preceding the termination of Dr. Graham that he reported an unaccounted for donated funds exceeding $1 million?
I have heard that allegation, Congressman.
What about there were in excess of 300 counts of payroll fraud?
I'm not familiar with those allegations.
What about a mismanaged $500,000 contract?
I believe that I've heard about that one.
I thought you were trying to change this place.
As I indicated,
You should know this stuff if you're trying to change it, because if you don't know what's happened, then you don't know what to change. What about an ethics violation by a member of the staff that the BIE HR Director Shamblin informed Dr. Graham was a termination offense? Let me repeat that for you. An ethics violation by a member of the staff that a BIE HR Director Shamblin informed Dr. Graham was a termination offense.
Congressman, I was not Assistant Secretary for nearly all of Dr. Graham's tenure. I can't speak to it.
I'm not going to repeat myself again. According to the AIB report, BIE investigators recommended that Mr. Mays be reinstated, Coach Mays. At the time, why was the explicit recommendation to reinstate Mr. Mays not been followed through with?
Congressman, my understanding is Coach Mays is back at Haskell.
Why did BIE and HINU fail to inform Mr. Mays of the recommendation to reinstatement?
I can't speak to that, Congressman.
Why did BIE, after Mr. Mays wrote BIE Director Dearman asking to be reinstated last July, inform him last August that he couldn't be reinstated because his contract had expired when the report recommended reinstatement 6 months prior?
Again, I can't speak to that, Congressman, but I know it's my understanding Coach Mays is back at Haskell.
Yeah, but I think I laid out the groundwork to all of that too, and you don't have any answers for any of that. I think that's what we're getting at. I think what I don't understand, Assistant Secretary, is you lay blame on people for not having the right email address. That's pretty poor. Who's responsible for giving out their email address?
I'm happy to provide anyone.
It's you. It's
Correct.
you.
And I'm happy to provide it, Congressman.
Well, apparently you're not doing too good with your students. How many students do you think have tried to email you and didn't get you?
I can't speak to that.
No, you can't. You really can't, because you don't know. It's almost like you don't know your job. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I think the gentlelady from New Mexico, Ms. Leslie Fernandez, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman and Ranking Member, and I want to thank in advance the witnesses that we'll be listening to in the next panel, especially given the manner in which votes are being called and it's going to be a bit more hectic. I want to tell you that the fact that it is hectic is not because we don't recognize how important it is to hear your voices, but that's the manner in which the floor schedule interferes with so much important work. You know, Haskell and its students still feel the remnants of traumatic history and forced cultural assimilation. I have staff who attended Haskell, and the problems that we're talking about today, they were aware of. And they attended it not yesterday, they attended it, 4 years ago. The problems that were set out in the report during the Trump administration were not addressed. The fact that the Trump administration and the prior secretary did not address those problems, however, does not relieve this administration from its obligations. I think that's important, that Trump administration received these reports, didn't do anything about it. Now we have more reports, and we need to address it. It's simply not acceptable. Victims should be listened to and not silenced. They should not be disciplined for raising the issues that affect not only their lives and their futures at the school, but everybody else. The idea that this was well known among the student body is problematic. Mr. Newland, Assistant Secretary Newland, you mentioned keeping leadership stability to foster trust and accountability for staff and students, because we've had such a revolving door over there. What resources are you providing to the current administration to make sure there is leadership stability at Haskell? Let us know what you're doing.
I'm sorry, Congresswoman, I couldn't hear the end of your
Let me
question.
get a little closer. Usually my voice resonates, but what resources are you providing to the current administration to make sure there is leadership stability at Haskell?
I mean, we've laid out, thank you, Congresswoman. I've laid out some of the structural things that we're trying to do at Haskell. But I also believe that in my role as the appointed and Senate-confirmed official overseeing the Indian Affairs Bureaus, it's important to have that direct engagement with leadership in our bureaus. I meet weekly with Director Dearman, and that meeting includes Dr. Arpan, the president of Haskell, where we discuss all these issues, and as they come up, we can work on them in real time. In terms of other resources like funding, we have asked Congress for increases in funding at Haskell to provide support to our staff and most importantly our students on campus.
And did we provide that funding?
To some extent, our appropriations request in FY24 was nearly $21 million, and we were appropriated flat that year.
So, Mr. Alia, in your testimony, you mentioned the Office of Inspector General's Special Investigations and Reviews is reviewing whether the BIA-operated post-secondary institution follow policies related to sexual harassment and misconduct complaints. What's the timeline for this to be public? And when it becomes public, how does the DOI-OIG enforce the corrective recommendations? And I think that's, you're going to toss it back over to him, but share with us what you're doing.
Thank you, Congresswoman. If I speculated on the timing, I would probably be lying. But what I can tell you is that we are in the final stages of what we would consider to be the field work and moving towards report writing. Because it is a review, the vast majority of our findings will be made public. At this point, we do not know if or what recommendations we might make to BIE. But if we do make recommendations, we have a standard process by which we follow up with the bureaus to assess whether or not they've complied with those recommendations. We provide that report in draft so that the bureau can offer some insight, concur or non-concur with those recommendations, and inform us on what their plan would be to implement those recommendations if they concur.
Okay, and Assistant Secretary Newland, can we get your commitment that you are going to take those recommendations seriously and begin implementing them as fast as possible?
Yes.
Thank you. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for holding this important hearing, and thank you all for being here today. I'm Congressman Mann. I represent the Big First District of Kansas, and while I do not serve on either of these committees, Haskell Indian Nation University is in my district. These concerns are serious, and it's important that we begin to get answers today. Haskell is the only tribal university in the world with an entirely indigenous population. It's a one-of-a-kind, historic, and invaluable institution, and it should be a crown jewel. However, and let me be clear, when it comes to Haskell, the U.S. Department of Interior and the Bureau of Indian Education has dropped the ball. Years of mismanagement, lack of oversight, and cycles of misconduct have all compounded and led us here today. June 14th, I sent a letter to Interior Secretary Holland and you, Assistant Secretary Newland, raising issues I'm seeing and requesting that you all commit to preserving Haskell and answering student and faculty concerns instead of sweeping them under the rug. That letter has gone unanswered, although there was a confirmed receipt of that letter. So my question for you, Mr. Assistant Secretary, do you understand that we all are very concerned? That's why we're here. Do you understand the level of concern that this committee has, I believe bipartisan, and what's going to change moving forward after today?
Thank you, Congressman. Yes, I understand very clearly that both of these committees are concerned about Haskell and the students there.
And when are you going to answer my letter? So we sent it on June 14th. We've got no response. It sounds like that's a trend that we're hearing of just these letters are being sent, no respond. When you get me an answer to my June 14th letter?
Congressman,
Can you get it by the end of next week?
I will work to get it to you ASAP.
Okay, I would greatly appreciate by the end of next week, you have a response to the letter I sent you on June 14th. That it did get sent to the correct email address. Your office confirmed that you received it. How has this behavior gone on for so long without BIE intervention?
Congressman, what behavior?
Well, there just seems to be a culture of incidences that are not being dealt with, right. Multiple infractions. Why has this gone on for so long?
Thank you, Congressman. There have been a lot of challenges on setting clear leadership expectations at Haskell for many years. And as I laid out in my oral statement, because of the high turnover, I believe because of the high turnover in Haskell presidents and leadership over the years, that has allowed some of the problem with these factions or these cliques on campus to fester, which creates problems like has been outlined with Coach May's experience and the investigative report about that. I believe that creating stable leadership with a very clear vision is step one to getting our arms around that problem. That's something that I've been focused on. As I've indicated, I've been to campus several times as assistant secretary, a number of times before I took this job. And met with students, met with faculty and staff, met with board members. Creating that stability, I think, is the first step in quelling a lot of these factions that have really created a lot, not all, but a lot of these problems on campus. And that's something we're going to continue to try to do.
I agree with you. I mean, leadership is a big part of it. Funding's part of it. Leadership's part of it. I've been on campus as well. I'll just tell you all, you're on campus for just a few minutes and you realize this institution is not all that it could be or should be. And frankly, I'm looking to you to help right the ship and provide the leadership that's been far too lacking at this institution for far too long. I think our students that go there deserve better. I think the country deserves better. And I think everyone on this committee, I don't want to speak for everyone else, but it appears to me here after this hearing, everyone here understands and agrees that we can and should be doing better. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman for Virginia, Mr. Bobby Scott, is recognized for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Newland, you've been asked questions like you're the chief executive officer. Who's the chief executive officer of the college? Said the president?
Correct. Dr. Arpan, he's sitting here.
Where's your office?
Where is my office? It's here in Washington,
Washington,
D.C.
D.C., okay. Who does the president report to?
The director of the Bureau of Indian Education.
Is there a board of regents or something?
The Board of Regents, because Haskell is a federally run university, the Board of Regents is advisory.
So the president reports to who?
The director of the Bureau of Indian Education.
And who does he report to?
Me.
Okay, now, after the third or fourth president during this 6-year period, was any action taken to try to get some stability?
Yes, Dr. Arpan has been both the interim, now in the confirmed president of Haskell, I believe since November of 22. Yeah.
And you believe that's he's going to be there for a little while?
That's my hope.
You've had a lot of allegations of nepotism, sex abuse, and whatnot. Regardless of the status of those investigations, can you tell us what changes have been made?
Thank you, Congressman. Going back to some of these reports, there was disciplinary action taken against 10 employees and contractors flowing out of these allegations. But one of the other, and I know some folks involved are no longer employed at Haskell. And
you fired some people. Have changes been made so that we won't expect problems in the future?
Congressman, I'm working really hard to make sure that these type of factions and these types of allegations and activities don't happen at Haskell.
Mr. Elliott, have you seen, regardless of your timetable, have you seen changes made at the college that would lead us to believe that the problem is being addressed?
That is essentially the purpose of our ongoing review, is to take that opportunity to assess what changes have been made, what changes are ongoing, and as I said earlier, potentially offer some recommendations to the Bureau of Indian Education.
Well, the fact that they know that you're wandering around doing an investigation ought to get them to tighten up a little bit, don't you think? Have they made changes based on the fact that there's an ongoing investigation so that anything you find will be in the past, not in the future?
It would be too early for me to speak specifically to our findings, as it's still ongoing, but it is not uncommon for changes to be made while the Office of Inspector General has an ongoing investigation, evaluation, or audit. There is real-time back and forth.
Have you seen a difference in attitude?
I can't speak directly to that. Our investigators in the field have had direct interactions with Haskell staff, with BIE officials, and within our report, we will speak to the substance of those interactions and interviews.
Secretary Newland, all colleges got extra money during the COVID period. What did the college do with the extra COVID money?
I'm sorry, Congressman, did you ask how did Haskell use the rescue plan funding?
There were several bills,
Yeah.
but there's a lot of money to colleges.
Congressman, I would have to give you a follow-up answer in writing to lay out how those different funding streams went. I'm not trying to be evasive. I don't want to misspeak. I want to give you accurate information.
I appreciate that answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're back.
I thank the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansberry, the ranking member, recognized for her 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the Assistant Secretary and Inspector General for being here. I also just want to address, we're going to have to adjourn after the chairman, or take a recess because of votes, so I want folks to understand we take this very seriously, but unfortunately we are going to have to take a little break. But I do appreciate, Mr. Assistant Secretary, that you address the community of Haskell in your remarks, and I want to say this loud and proud for the Haskell community. We're proud of you. We know that you're proud of your school. In fact, you know, Haskell has a long list of famous alumni, including people like Jim Thorpe and our Congresswoman from Kansas #3. So we really are proud of this school. But I think the comments that were made about it being a crown jewel of the federal system are really what we're talking about, and how do we address systemic issues in the management and way in which student issues are being addressed. I do want to take just a moment in that note to address some of the comments that were made and clarify that the reason why this is a federal school is because of the history of the federal government. And like all BIE schools, it stems from this dark history of the federal government having a forced assimilation program that was articulated through Indian boarding schools. But over the last several decades, the last half century, these schools have been transformed into vibrant campuses and community schools that are centers for Native education and also leadership. And so I think that's important to recognize, and the underinvestment is not just an issue of are we using taxpayer dollars effectively, it's about actually making good on treaty and trust responsibilities, because the United States government signed over 700 treaties with tribes, in which many of them guaranteed that education, economic development, and other resources would be provided to our tribal nations. So this is a federal treaty and trust responsibility to our tribes, and that is why the federal government funds these schools. So I wanted to really clarify that. Now, Mr. Assistant Secretary, you've laid it out. I know you've said it multiple times, but I want to break it down into 4 categories of what we've heard here is problematic. I think it's a little bit challenging to parse it out because of the timelines, because of the history. So I really want to break this down, and if you would please, even if it is repeating things you've said, if you could kind of put it in these 4 categories. We've identified there's been leadership, staffing, and culture issues amongst the faculty. How have those been addressed? Leadership, staffing, faculty. Number 2, institutional controls. How are we dealing with the issues that have been identified around waste, fraud, and abuse and the management of federal resources? Number 3, student supports. What has been done to address not only sexual assault, but also student complaints in general? And I think obviously from the conversation here today, number 4, what is the Department of the Interior, your hallway, and BIE doing to ensure that there is effective communication to the students, to the school, and to the public that you're taking this issue seriously and you're addressing these issues? So if you could please go in each of those categories, I'd really appreciate it.
Thank you, Congresswoman. I'll try to do it in a minute and a half. With leadership, as I've indicated, bringing stability to that position on campus, also within the BIE's leadership, because turnover in the agency that operates it harms or doesn't help. And so we've been trying to build that up. And I think, as we've seen, we've had a president now for nearly 2 full years, which is progress at Haskell. Institutional controls, again, as I've tried to indicate, that starts with me and my direct communication with leadership at the BIE and with Haskell. It also starts with, or it follows from there, making sure that there's very clear objectives and guidance for our faculty and staff, and understanding what their jobs are and what we expect of them. With student support, number 3, one of the first things we did after we got the independent report back was to put in place the campus advocate coordinator that relates to sexual assault and other things that might fall under Title IX. But again, also student support, I will say, out of frustration and out of candor, that includes making sure that our leadership at Haskell has leadership control of the university, and that these factions and cliques that have formed on campus are not dragging students into their disputes, which I think we've seen from some of these investigative reports. And I believe, Congresswoman, you said that you want to know what we're doing or what I'm doing. As I've said, I've visited campus several times. I intend to visit again in the fall, to meet with student leadership, meet with faculty to discuss some of these things, because it can be easy to be a Haskell community member and be watching this right now and hearing this stuff. And I want to get onto campus and talk with folks, but more importantly, to hear directly from them. And I want to add that I've spent a lot of time at Haskell on campus in the stands, walking the cemetery. I've got a young relative, a young member of my family who starts in the fall. I've had interns in my office from Haskell. This is a place I care about. And it's hard, I know, to make that connection when I'm in Washington, D.C., and you're watching in Lawrence, Kansas. But I want to make sure that I'm sending that signal through our own staff, but directly to students, and I'm going to be back on campus again this fall to do that.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I'll just say this, that, as we welcome students back to campus, we do want to assure them that it is a safe place, that it is a place where they will have fantastic educational opportunities, where they will thrive and be able to take their education forward, and that we're taking these issues very seriously all the way to the top, to the secretary, the assistant secretary, and as you heard, on both sides of the aisle here in Congress. And also to say happy beginning of school, and with that, I'll yield back and go vote. Thank you.
Secretary Newland. Dr. Graham describes in his testimony how background checks for the Haskell Board of Regents required by federal law, had not been performed in 10 years or more, and in some cases even longer. When did you first become aware of the lapse of the background checks that had occurred at the Board of Regents at Haskell?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm not aware of background investigations or the outcomes or the process for any individual.
Okay, so now, have regular background checks been instituted at Haskell since Dr. Graham raised these concerns, and how often are they conducted?
Thank you, Chairman. I can't speak to Dr. Graham's allegations or assertions. What I can tell you is that my expectation is our requirements related to background checks are followed, and I'm not aware of any issues with that.
Mr. Elliott, what is the process used to determine whether or not a case is undertaken by the Office of the Inspector General?
We look at a number of different factors. Preliminarily, we determine whether or not there is a very specific nexus to a program, operation, office, bureau within the Department of the Interior. Then we look at who the subject is of that allegation. What is their level within the department or within their assigned bureau? We also look at the substance of the allegation. If it's criminal in nature, we're more likely to investigate because of the role that we play having that kind of jurisdiction over Department of the Interior employees. If what we identify is predominantly what we would consider to be a management grievance or an issue best managed by management in place in that program or office, those are the types of complaints that we would refer to a bureau. And that's essentially what we did here. As you've heard, a lot of the allegations were what we would call finger pointing from different individuals within Haskell that ultimately appeared to us to be, as described, factions of staff not getting along with each other. The Office of Inspector General is not in a position to step in and essentially address those types of management issues, and that's why we routinely refer those matters back to the department.
So, where'd you go to school, Mr. Elliott?
Where did I go to school?
Yeah.
My undergraduate is from a state college in northern Vermont, and I went to graduate school at the University of New Haven in Connecticut.
Did you see any of this kind of stuff happen in your time in school?
To be honest, Chairman, I don't necessarily know, given the number of years since I was at those universities, that it's necessarily relevant to the discussion. But what I can say is we certainly recognized that in receiving 68 complaints in a relatively short period of time about Haskell University as a small component under the larger umbrella of the entire Department of the Interior, that it was critical that we hand that to those we thought were in a best position to address it. And we also felt that it was important for us to monitor how those allegations were being dealt with. So I think that's really the framework that we looked at here, is that certainly there were enough indicators that this needed to be addressed and we needed to have oversight of how it was being addressed.
I'm glad you stayed on it. Mr. Newland, I'm one of these people it's about quality, not quantity. So real quickly, tell me what your vision for Haskell University is. What is your ultimate vision for that school?
Thank you, Chairman. My vision for Haskell is, as I think has been described by others on the committee, is that it is a crown jewel in the federal government's system.
It's not right now.
Correct.
And so leaders convey that conviction of what it is that they want to have. You can dance around this all you want, but you got to go right at this monster. If you think that this is a crown jewel, make it your crown jewel. It's frustrating to hear this over and over and over again because it seems like it's a broken record. We heard it from 2007. Now it's back at 224. It's going across, party lines. Something's wrong here, and I find it shameful. But I think it starts with you. What is it that you see for the school? What is your vision? It's got to be one sentence. What is it? And then you make that. Everybody conform to that. I mean, you got to get these people ingrained that they feel the same passion that you do. It's going to take some weeding out, some people. Yep. Might not take a lot of money, but you have a difficult job here. But you also have the best job here because you can make the changes. What I heard today, I don't want to see her anymore ever again. I want you to come back to this committee and say, listen, this is what we instigated. Boom, 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 boom. Here's how it went. Boom, 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 boom. And guess what? If you put those students first, you're going to win. But I hope we never hear this again.
Chairman.
With that, I got to go run and vote. We're going to adjourn for a couple of minutes here so we can get our second panel involved. I want to thank the witnesses for your testimony and really give it some thought.
Say recess.
We're in recess.
That's the wrong phone still.
Say 10 minutes after the last vote?
6 o'clock walk off is what I have. Yeah. I just enjoy it. We all enjoy just hanging out here so long. Why don't your kids come hang out with us?
Yeah, you know what? I left them a bucket of fish heads in the closet, so they can just go ahead and take care of it themselves.
I'm like, I have some dates and Cheez-Its to offer you in my office. That's what I've got. Maybe some cottage cheese even.
Mr. Gosar's mic is live.
Oh, no, she's no longer. Figure out. Yeah, sure. Does it sound like your boss won't be returning? At the moment, he needs. Oh, I'm just going. Hey, oh, sorry. Not big taxi. That's the right. Yeah. show you my super secret. Do you get to see?
back, everyone. I will now introduce our witnesses for our second panel. First, we have Dr. Ronald Graham, former president, Haskell Indian Nations University, Lawrence, Kansas. Ms. Emily Martin, Chief Program Officer, National Women's Law Center, Washington, D.C. And Mr. Clay Mays, Head Coach, Cross Country and Running, Haskell Indian Nations University, Lawrence, Kansas. Let me remind you, our little lights are kind of different. For the first 3 minutes, it's green, then it'll turn to a yellow, and when you see red, you need to wrap it up, okay? So with that, remember, your full testimony will be added to the whole record. So at 5 minutes, try to cut it off. I'm now going to recognize Dr. Graham for his 5 minutes. Thank you, sir.
Folks, after listening to this testimony earlier, I've changed my talking points a little bit. It angered me. I was told what the problems were by Dearman. I immediately and unequivocally addressed those issues with action. I prepared a 5-year strategic plan that had never done before, outlining all the future plans of Haskell. I was rated with exceeds expectations to outstanding, 17 out of 20 points you could get on an evaluation. Let me tell you how Department of Interior implements improvement. The first thing they did was reinstate the very regents that I wouldn't let come on campus without successful backgrounds. 2 of those regents were felons. Let me rephrase it, are felons. And not just felons, violent felons. One was for domestic violence, for beating his wife. Another one had just been arrested here recently for attempted murder and arson. These are the regents that you want to put on campus for the safety of our students. The other improvement they implemented was the ethics violator that was mentioned earlier. There was no investigation done on her. Matter of fact, she's serving today as the acting vice president at Haskell. These things need to stop. Something is terribly wrong at the Bureau of Indian Education, and something is terribly wrong at Haskell Indian Nations University and the Bureau of Indian Education. I mean, it began long before I arrived. I uncovered it, I reported it, and I was fired for it. It continues after I left, and all indications are it's still continuing to this day. Humbly, I'm here today at your invitation to talk about BIE and Haskell. Chairman Fox, Chairman Westerman, and all members of both committees, thank you for the opportunity of bringing me here to be able to tell my story. You're the first people I've got to tell the story to. I've had all these doors kicked in my face. I'm an enrolled member of the Eastern Shawnee Tribe of Oklahoma. 2019 BIE posted the position of president on USA Jobs. I applied. February 21st, 2020, I was offered the position, and same day, I was offered a position. Tony Dearman immediately gave me his marching orders, put me to work. I'd already started working on the strategic plan. I'd worked on the other things like retention. I'm putting all these things together before I even get to the campus. He also told me when I was sitting there, my biggest challenge at Haskell would be dealing with a runaway faculty. Let me rephrase that again. When I hit campus, I'd be dealing with a runaway faculty. And at that time, I didn't know what he meant. I didn't even slightly comprehend those words of what was going on. I just knew there was problems that I had to resolve when I got there. Listen, I was one of those GS-15s that was put down here today. My background has over two decades of education. I've got a law enforcement background, a counterterrorism background, a military background, and I've served in combat zones at the classified levels. That's what they hired. The first thing I did was I created the 5-year strategic plan. I did it with 40 faculty members. I had everyone working for me and with me in different committees, and we met weekly. The second was establish that chain of command. The third was the chronic issue of student retention. And I developed a plan, and I increased that student retention and student population with what I was doing with all the projects I was putting forward. May 11th is when I actually arrived on campus, and immediately upon arriving, I learned I had some serious problems. COVID was raging. I had the regents that I wanted to meet, and I contacted Shamblin to meet those regents because I know the importance of trustees. I've worked with boards of trustees and other universities and other colleges, so I know the importance to them, the guidance of a president, and what they do for accreditation. You must have them for accreditation. I talked to Shamblin, and I requested, when was the backgrounds done? And he blew me off. And basically, I pressed the issue until I got the answers I needed. And folks, okay. Sure.
Thank you. Chairs, ranking members, and members of the joint subcommittees. I'm Emily Martin, Chief Program Officer of the National Women's Law Center, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. The National Women's Law Center was founded over 50 years ago, the same year that Title IX was enacted. Since then, we've been committed to ending sexual assault, sex harassment, and other forms of sex discrimination in schools. Study after study shows that students in college experience extremely high rates of sexual assault. More than 1 in 4 women are sexually assaulted in college, and Indigenous students experience sexual assault at a higher rate than any other racial demographic. But students often tell us they're discouraged from reporting sexual assault and harassment to their schools. When they do report, they tell us they're met with delays, that the system is stacked against them, that the trauma they experience both from their assault and from going through the reporting and investigatory process stays with them. Some are pushed out of school entirely by the ordeal. As a federally operated educational program, Haskell Indian Nations University is legally required to protect its students from sex discrimination, including sexual assault. And Haskell's leaders, like all school leaders, should commit to preventing and remedying sexual assault, guided by Title IX's requirements and safeguards. And specifically, the new, recently finalized Title IX regulations promise to restore robust protections for student survivors. They provide a solid foundation for schools crafting strategies to end harassment and sexual violence. I don't have time today to talk about all the steps that schools should take, but I want to highlight a few. First, schools should focus on prevention, educating students about what sex harassment is and how no one ever asks for it, no matter what they wear or what they drink or how they act. Schools should also teach bystander intervention to disrupt harassment. To understand how prevalent sexual violence is on campus and whether students feel supported when they report harassment, schools should conduct campus climate surveys. These surveys help schools better understand what their students are experiencing and how their policies are working in practice. Schools also must ensure that employees are trained in how to appropriately respond to sexual assault, including understanding what it is, what the school's policies are for handling reports, and the biases that they may need to unlearn when responding. And when survivors report, they must be treated seriously. Students deserve a prompt and effective response, whether the assault took place on campus or off campus. They must never be re-traumatized by indifference, or worse, blamed by those from whom they seek help. Instead, schools should offer supportive measures that preserve and restore survivors' access to education, as Title IX requires. This could be as simple as letting a survivor change a class to avoid their assailant, or offering counseling, or giving a survivor an opportunity to improve grades that have fallen as a result of the assault. These supports should be offered regardless of whether a survivor wants to have their complaint formally investigated by schools or by the police. Schools should also offer students the option to participate in restorative practices, which have roots in indigenous communities and traditions, and center the victim's needs to repair the harm caused by the wrongdoer. If a survivor opts for a formal disciplinary school investigation instead, the process should be fair, prompt, and equitable. Sexual violence complaints should never be held to a higher standard than other student misconduct complaints. The new Title IX regulations make clear schools must not make it more difficult to discipline a student for raping someone than for punching someone. And schools must provide strong protection against retaliation. Student survivors are often blamed or punished after coming forward. Only a small minority of victims report sexual violence. Retaliation against those who do ensures that others stay silent. These protections are important for all survivors, and particularly for Black, Brown, and Indigenous women, who are especially likely to experience suspicion, indifference, or blame when they report. And my last recommendation, which underlies all the rest, schools should listen to survivors and to the organizations that serve survivors, especially organizations that serve the communities their students come from. In the case of Haskell, that means Indigenous serving survivor advocacy organizations. It's time for schools to answer survivors' courageous calls for accountability and culture change. And I'll note in closing that lawmakers have an important role to play too. And on that front, it is deeply disappointing that the House majority recently voted to disapprove the new Title IX regulations that strengthen survivor protections and support. Survivors deserve much more, as do schools, which need the clarity provided by the regulations in order to take the critical steps that I've named. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Martin. I now recognize Mr. Mays for his 5 minutes.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate you guys being here. My name is Clay Mays. I'm from the Cherokee and Chickasaw tribe. First, I'd like to say this is a very fixable solution, but it requires swift action. As someone that's been focused on Native American recruitment since 2014, I started at 2 private colleges, and I was pulled in the direction to coach at Haskell, mainly because of its affordability versus the private college cost. So when I got there, I was a little bit overjoyed to be there due to, I think it's $14.30 for the total cost, and being able to recruit, anyone that may not be able to afford a normal college education. However, as I started, I learned about the Gipp family and how they would create difficulties for my position by Gary Tanner, Aaron Hovey, Jerry Tuckwin. I'll share another name off session, another name outside of session, another name outside of session, another name outside of session, mainly because they work within the BIE, and I feel like retaliation could be possible. Initially, I had no idea nor could fathom to the degree the Gipps were willing to go to undermine my position and my family's livelihood. And this concerns Al Gipp, former track coach and former cross-country coach. Frida Gipp, Al Gipp's wife, works in the president's office and is an assistant coach. Previously to Al Gipp, Judith Gipp, 2 times removed athletic director, and used to be an assistant coach to her brother and Frida Gipp. Previously, Asia McCormick, also an aligned member of the Gipp family, hired by Judith Gipp, former sports information director, and Gerald Gipp, who was the Haskell president 1981 to 1989, who hired the initial members of the family. Previously, I was involved in 2 investigations, one conducted by USPS that was deemed as a waste of time and money and should not have been involved per Haskell's AIB report. The Postal Service investigation should not have been involved as the allegations were not supported by any solid evidence, and it appears that the only witnesses interviewed were those involved in the allegations, and it appeared that there was little to no effort to obtain various viewpoints. Another quote from the AIB report: bottom line is the Postal Service level investigation was uncalled for and a waste of time and money, especially knowing they were limited in their capacity to interview key witnesses. Another quote from the AIB report, page 15. In fact, the board finds that there were many other HNU employees, contractors, involved may have fabricated many of the issues reported on Mays. The board believes the no contact order for Mays became a useful tool to accomplish an underlying intent to get Mays out of HNU coaching if he could not be on campus or around students. He could not do his job. The board could not find any justifiable reason to place Mays on a no contact order and must reiterate that there's absolutely no evidence he was a safety threat to any student or staff member. And as I saw different issues from theft or sexual assault victims reporting to me, I elevated that to my supervisor. I made 25 reports via email with a timestamp. All the emails are saved. I got 0 responses. I made 16 reports to the BIE HR specialist. Out of 16 with all timestamps and emails, I got 0 responses, not an acknowledgement. Out of 6 reports asking for meetings on 3 occasions with the previous former president, Tamara Pfeiffer, I got 0 responses. After raising this with my contract officer, who was responsible to ensure that I'd be able to do my job, I reported to him 14 times. All 14 times, I got no responses. Concerning some of the issues that were raised with OIG, I made an OIG report February 23rd. February 24th, I received a stop work order from BIE. April 13th, I made my second OIG report. 5 days later, I received a termination from BIE. When the investigators asked if BIE responded to my OIG report later on, they did not. And to address one congressman who raised the concern on the KU relation being broken, here's what one former employee, 2 chains of command above this employee, said. In regard to why Tim loves Judith, he caused Haskell the loss of the student trainers from KU because of his sexual harassment of students, and Judith covered up for him. I worked with Albuquerque HR and issued a disciplinary action against him. He was notified that removal would occur if anything happened. He cried and begged and said they were exaggerating. He still works there.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. We have to leave it right there. I'm now going to acknowledge people on the dais for their questions, and then we'll start with Mr. Owens from Utah.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank you guys for being here. It takes courage. It takes a heart. This is a problem that's been going on way too long. My hopes are that somebody might make a movie one day to expose what's happening to a population that's, what's I guess the word, out of sight, out of mind. And this is not the way our country has been ever designed. It's not to take advantage of vulnerable people because you don't see them. And I'll say the only difference in the black community and the Native American community is that at least we're visible. So we can put our voices out there and people have to pay attention. We need to make sure that we have oversight that this never, ever happens again. We have too many good people who will never live the American dream because they don't get an education. It's because of people who do not care, bureaucrats who are cowardly sitting behind their desk, their computers, and doing absolutely nothing to help people that are asking for just a chance to dream. So we're going to make sure we're addressing that, and just have a couple questions for you. I just want to thank you guys because it does take courage, it takes heart, and that's what really our country's all about. Dr. Graham, Haskell is a Bureau-run university. How did your interactions with the Bureau differ from your experience with other universities?
Say that again, sir. I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Haskell is a Bureau-run university. How did your interactions with the Bureau differ from your experience with other universities?
It was different. First of all, like I said, when I got there, COVID was in place, and so I had to deal with a university who had never taught online before. I had an IT section that was antiquated. I had students who didn't have computers that would work so they could interact with their faculty. And I'd put together online systems before in other universities, so I had to work fast. I had hired a person out of the military who was very adept to advanced IT, and he got me the software I needed. He recognized the problem the day he got there, and we ordered that software immediately. We got the campus up. I had also put together immediate orientation programs for the faculty and for the students, so they would know how to teach and they would know how to actually take classes, how to upload their research papers, how to take examinations. I had students.
I don't want to take too much time because I do want to ask a couple of questions.
Okay.
So let me just ask the same question to Coach. Coach, what's different about your experience at Haskell as opposed to other universities you've worked with?
There's a lot of unwritten processes at Haskell that I didn't know existed. Perhaps good parenting, I don't know. I didn't ever think there was a group of people that would enjoy going after you. You know, you get sick or you're not doing well or you don't handle something that's going on that you have to deal with, they usually double down and go a little bit harder just to drive you a little bit further. That is something that I never knew truly existed. You know, you hear these horror stories with different groups of people. For me, that's just something that seeing people lack basic empathy and emotion, I still struggle processing that a group of people like that exist.
And my understanding is that when you had the issues, you also went up to the next level, the bureau, to try to get support. Was there any support, any opening ear, any desire to try to figure this out as you took it to the next level?
No, and I went up the chains of command, 0 of 25 reports to my supervisor. Then it was to Tamara Pfeiffer, 0 of 6 reports. Then it was to the BIE director, who said, you know, he'd elevate the report and I would be reinstated. That never happened. And then I elevated to OIG. I lost my job the day after they gave it to BIE. And then when I reported whistleblower a little over a month later, then they officially terminated me. Even though they shut off my contract already, they needed to send me a termination notice since I reported to OIG again.
Well, once again, I'm running out of time. I want to thank you guys because obviously it's been going on for decades, and only because of your actions, your reporting, your voice, and getting a small sense of visibility that we're sitting here today talking about it, and the entire country will hear and see what's going on these type of college campuses that don't really care. So thank you so much for that, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman from Utah. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, is recognized for at least 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Graham, comments were made earlier about the salary that presidents are paid and the ability to attract presidents at that salary. Do you remember what you were paid?
Yes, I was paid $129,000, and I was still doing the job. You know, I didn't get the high GS-15 level. This is what they offered, and I was really excited just to be on this type of campus.
Do you know what president is paid now?
Yes, most presidents are paid between, well, it depends on what university and what level you're working at.
What the president at Haskell is paid now?
At an SES level, it's probably be over $200,000.
And do you know what a recommended salary should be? What other presidents are paid?
Other presidents from a government or from a regular university?
Regular university.
A regular university, there's presidents paid between $500,000 to over $1 million a year.
Is that for a relatively small college?
I'm not aware of what these smaller colleges get.
You got 1,000 students. If you got 20,000 students, you would expect to have to pay more.
Absolutely.
For a college with 1,000 students, do you know what the salary range would be expected?
Probably what I was getting would be what I would determine.
Okay.
Because,
Ms. Martin, there have been a lot of complaints at Haskell, and they're being investigated. Would you be in a position to know whether things have changed at Haskell since all these investigations started?
to my understanding, nothing's changed. They've got the same role players, the same people that are causing the problems are still there. They've still, I told you about what they've implemented in there. They've got the same Board of Regents. I don't think anything's changed,
Okay,
sir.
thank you. Thank you. Ms. Martin, do you want to comment?
I don't have any independent knowledge of what's happening at Haskell. I've read the redacted report, or at least the sections relevant to sexual harassment and some of the press coverage. So I can't speak to what has happened at Haskell since the events set out in that report. I can talk about the ways in which these problems often show up in schools and the reforms that make a difference, centering the needs of students and really paying attention
if
to.
you're not aware, you're not on campus, so that'd be difficult, but what can colleges do to prevent sexual harassment and sexual assault?
Well, one of the things that colleges can do is leaders at the top can set a tone. Leadership at every level can set a tone that there is the prevention of sexual assault, that creating a truly inclusive culture is a core value at the university. In addition, there is training that can and should be done both of staff and of students so that people understand what responses are available, what sexual harassment is, and help to unlearn some of the biases that often infect staff responses when students report sexual harassment and assault. And when schools get reports of sexual assault, part of their response is also prevention. So taking steps to ensure that somebody who has sexually assaulted someone isn't in a position to do it again. All of that is part of prevention work.
Thank you. Are you aware of the recent changes in the new rule on Title IX?
I am.
Can you comment on whether it is a good change and the effect of the legislation to overturn it?
Yes, very briefly, the changes to the Title IX rule really strengthen protections for survivors of sexual assault and sexual harassment on campuses and ensure that schools respond promptly and effectively to reports of sex harassment and sexual assault. The resolution to disapprove that rule, if it were passed by Congress and signed by the President, would not only overturn that rule, it would prevent the Department of Education from doing any substantially similar rulemaking in the future, which would be a huge step backward for preventing sexual harassment on campuses.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, is now recognized for his 5 minutes.
It's here, huh? Quite a mess.
A little closer.
Hear me now? I think that should be on. Yeah.
Better.
Mr. Graham, about how many kids graduate from this school every year?
I don't recall the number that graduated. There was different numbers every year. When I got there, there was a problem when I first got there, but I don't recall the exact number now.
And you guys are there, 100, 150, 25?
It's a good question that I'd like to know the answer to as well. I wish I knew what the enrollment percentages and numbers. I think the more transparency, the better on that.
Nobody knows. What are the big majors there? Does anybody know that?
Health exercise, I know that one. There's 3 or 4 of them. I know they were working on adding a program, but there's very few majors, and I think that's probably one of the hurdles is more programs need to be added.
Exercise. Can you recount, Mr. Mays, some specific thing that you observed or was reported to you and how it was handled by the administration or by the Bureau of Indian Education?
Yes, I witnessed theft after an employee mentioned it by message on October 5th, 2021.
Say again, speak up.
On October 5th, 2021, I witnessed theft. An employer first mentioned it by message, and I was on campus and I also saw it. And a few different employers said, oh, they've been doing that for years, which I learned, and I elevated the report. And then who I was elevating it to.
Theft, you said?
who I was elevating the reports to ended up going to the employees they were circling back to who I was reporting. So I was getting direct retaliation when I was making these reports.
What were you reporting?
Theft of federal property. There was a little over 20 boxes being loaded onto an employee's vehicle and driven off campus.
Okay, and who was doing the stealing?
Judith Gipp and Al Gipp.
Pardon?
Judith Gipp, Al Gipp, 2 Haskell employees.
Okay. Who did they steal it from?
Thorpe Center, athletic apparel, gear, and equipment.
And did the Bureau of Indian Education care at all in any fashion?
Like on all my other reports, they didn't respond.
What's your opinion with what's wrong with the Bureau of Indian Education? I mean, are they just a bunch of employees who have a government job, feel they can't get fired, so they're just going to hang around forever? Or are they...
I always hear this, so this is wisdom from others that I've been around, is admitting any wrongdoing is not okay. So there seems to be an underlying message, as I learn, with well over 50 reports, not an acknowledgement, not a nod in the hallway that they got it, nothing. There seems to be a code of don't respond to any reports. You know, as I said, I just got my contract halted a day after BIE got my OIG report. 3 employees that same day, I told you not to respond to OIG. If that is the normal response coming from employees, I'd say that's a problem when you're reporting.
So you think we have a culture of a bunch of people in an agency that's relatively obscure, and because they aren't going to get fired, they can just figure they can sleep through the day, day after day, month after month?
Yeah, they're still there. They haven't been removed. All I've seen is some new titles, a few transfers, and 1 employee retired 2 years before pension and still got to keep her pension.
Can you give me an example of the sexual assaults that were reported to you?
Define example.
And that's what I'm asking you.
One was from an employee and a parent. Another was from the women themselves. One of the cases, the young lady came to me shaking. I wasn't the first person, and I elevated it to law enforcement. In the Haskell investigative report, they asked several employees, did they elevate it to law enforcement? They all say no. The 1 employee that did was me, which I was required by law to do that, but I didn't realize no one else did. And with that perpetrator, BIE says, oh, it happened off campus with one of the women they were talking about. That young lady was drugged and taken off campus. It happened on HNU campus.
So it's just it sounds like both the Bureau of Indian Education and the administration of this campus kind of view their jobs as just hang out, collect a paycheck, and do nothing.
Yeah, don't ruin the gig by reporting it.
Not to mention take work to report it. Why-
Glenn, thanks, Glenn. Hey, the gentlewoman from Wyoming is now recognized for her 5 minutes, Ms. Ackerman.
Thank you, and I want to thank all of you for being here today. I would have liked to have spent more time in here hearing your testimony as well as that of the first panel, but I've had other hearings that I have needed to attend. So thank you for being willing to come and talk to us about these important issues. Tiara Standing Soldier Thomas, a Haskell student athlete who unfortunately could not be with us today, provided testimony for the committee, and I want to quote from what she said. I experienced many family, educational, and personal struggles during my time at Haskell, for which I received no support. In many cases, Haskell administrators exacerbated or created challenges. At a Champions of Character event regarding suicide in February of 2022, as well as during classes, I revealed my suicide attempts and had no wellness check done on me. I was making a cry for help and I needed someone to conduct a wellness check on me. My cry was not heard. She goes on to explain that she was drugged, raped, and held against her will for 15 hours off campus. She took initiative and approached the university but received no support from Haskell administration. Instead of being assisted, she was kicked out of Haskell twice due to a low GPA, and she was denied her Pell Grant. To say that this is unacceptable is an understatement. I commend Ms. Thomas for speaking out for changes so that young women can feel safe on campus and depend on our faculty when reporting sexual assault. Unfortunately, the Biden-Harris administration has wasted years with inaction, but now real change must come to Haskell Indian Nations University, and I urge Secretary Haaland to do the right thing, and that is to engage with the students, investigate these issues, and root out the corruption at Haskell and BIE. Dr. Mays, I'm going to direct my questioning to you. How has the student body at Haskell reacted to the mistreatment of Ms. Thomas and other survivors?
As far as I'm concerned, as of 1 week ago, so I don't know if something's happened in this past week, they haven't reached out to her in any format, indirectly or directly.
And I understand that you have had other students confide in you as they do not trust certain faculty at Haskell. Can you give us a bit more detail in that regard?
Yes, about a month into the Haskell investigation, started July 11th. On August 9th, I was called and asked for help, requested for help by one Haskell board member, and I can share their name outside of session, and then one investigator, Erlin Pisanio. And they said they were having major issues getting students to trust them and to go confide in them. So they called me, a male cross-country coach, to help them with that, which was probably the most concerning issue. One, that's not my job. I want to report it, not investigate it. But they were able to get a lot of the victims to start coming forward. I talked to a couple of women that approached me, and I asked them. So a few women, more brave than me, kind of got the other women to come forward and give their testimony.
What is the culture at Haskell that has created this kind of a situation?
Don't report. At some point, though, the cycle has to break. You know, I get people want to pass the buck to the next guy, but, you know, that's one of my lessons to the students is, you know, who's breaking the cycle? Are you going to get help from outside? And most of them say no. So I was like, all right, it's your responsibility. Break the cycle.
So have you been involved with other universities besides Haskell?
Yes, two.
And have you encountered these types of issues at those universities as well?
Non-existent.
What is the difference?
The complete fear to report at Haskell due to certain alliances.
What does that mean?
Certain people figure out who has the protection, so new employees will become friends with this one group because they get protection. They kind of do each other's bidding. So it forms a gangism. You know, as one employee stated, you know, hey, you know, you probably don't want to listen to me, but don't report it. And I just said, you know what, you're right. I'm not going to listen to you. And then he kind of just shook his head and walked away. So the culture is to don't report it and get along with who's basically getting the most out of the system.
What is the need for protection? You've used that word a couple of times now. What are you referencing?
For these women, I am not familiar with any of their cases, somewhat following to see if they somewhat don't get triggered seeing the predator. I'm not familiar with one incident where they removed the predator per report. No review, nothing. They would just sign a no contact, so the women couldn't go certain places that the predators were. In the report, they state one of the employees reported for sexual assault. He was off for 3 to 4 months, which wasn't true. He was at our staff meetings. He was teaching on campus. He was never off campus for more than, he could have been on campus for a few days, but they say they reviewed the reports and he was off campus, worked from home. That's not true.
I'm out of time, but I'm going to repeat it. We need to fix this, and we need to fix it now.
Absolutely.
I think the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Coach Mays, when were you hired back at Haskell?
I was officially hired, my first date was July 15th. So 2 years and 4 months after my removal. I didn't have pay, and we actually adopted 2 kids right before we made the move to Haskell, which added to a lot of stress. They reopened the position right before January or right after this past January, and I was officially offered the position the day the reports were released, April 23rd of this year. But even when I was offered the report, I was getting parents calling and emailing me citing they were getting issues with previous employees trying to create reports to cancel the job offer while I was going through the background investigation.
So you were hired 8 days ago.
Correct.
Why do you think they hired you back? And why do you think the timing was 8 days ago? Or what reason did they give for why they were hiring you back?
No reason, but I was hired, I was extended the job offer 3 or 4 hours after the report released, April 23rd.
Yeah, very interesting. Dr. Graham, I'd like to learn a little more about the structure of how the federal government manages or doesn't manage the university. When you were president, you reported to the Bureau of Indian Education, correct?
Yes.
And in your testimony, you referred to BIE Director Tony Dearman as your supervisor.
Yes.
But you also said that the Human Resources Director of BIE, Jackie Shamlin, was his surrogate, so acting supervisor for you, I guess.
Yes.
Okay. When you were hired, or sorry, as you said in your testimony, when you were hired, these two BIE employees, Dearman and Shamlin, warned you about, quote, chronic problems at Haskell.
Correct.
What did they say were some of those problems at that time?
They said that they didn't tell me what the problems was, but what I learned there after I arrived on campus is there was major nepotism, there was cliques, there was a lot of backstabbing, internal problems, just chaos, inner chaos all the time is something they seem to thrive on. And I tried to get a handle on that. But by the same token, I was so busy with everything else going on, I didn't have time to babysit. I just had to get these projects out and going from what Dearman gave me to do.
When you're the president of a university, it's a 24/7 year-round. It never stops. The campus never sleeps. I'm familiar with that, having worked on a college campus. So they referenced chronic problems, but they didn't really tell you what they specifically were.
No, they didn't tell me what the problems. They just said I had a runaway faculty, and I didn't know what that meant until I arrived on campus.
That's not unusual. Unfortunately, it seems. But what did they do to try to fix or address these chronic problems, to your knowledge, and they've both been there for several years. They go back well before your time.
They didn't help me at all with that. They didn't give me any information. Everything that was going on, I disclosed to them. I believe in transparency. So if every problem that came aboard, and of course I talked to Dearman and Shamlin every week, and sometimes several times a week, depending if there was major problems. And I would report those problems and either ask for guidance, investigations, audits, whatever the problems was.
And so while Haskell has had 6 presidents in 8 years, somehow these two individuals have personally escaped any accountability. Typical of federal government employees, I might add. And Jackie Shamlin, the HR officer for BIE, emailed students telling them they would never be informed of what actions are being taken to correct the abuses at Haskell, meaning when the Haskell students published that public letter to Secretary Holland asking for the AIB report, it was Shamlin. They never got a response from Secretary Holland.
Yes.
But Shamlin emailed the students and told them, quote, the students, quote, would never know what actions are being taken to address specific findings from these investigations, end quote.
I find that appalling.
Thoughts on that? Yeah.
That's appalling. That was after my time, but to me that's not acceptable. And too much of this type of stuff is going on. They keep sweeping stuff under the rug. Students need to understand what's going on. I had an open door policy, even though I really didn't have any students on campus during COVID. But I maintain open door policies at every college and university I worked at. Students had a problem, they come in and see me. I bring in the faculty member, I let them know what the complaint is, we work it out. If you don't work it out, then I'll resolve it one way or another. It's either credible, not credible. If the faculty member's at fault, then he's got to have a problem with me. But But what happened here where you say, I can't, this information is not going out to these students is not acceptable and under any standard.
Students who are paying to attend the university. Thank
Absolutely.
you very much.
I think the
yield back.
gentleman from Virginia, gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Graham, could you please describe the concerns that you had with the Board of Regents after arriving on campus?
I contacted Shamblin within a couple weeks after my arrival and basically asked about the Board of Regents because I was interested in meeting them. It's very important to set up that relationship because I'm used to that with trustees. And there's a lot of pushback in my questions, and I finally got to the point, well, when was the last time they had their background investigations? Because everybody, trustees, regents, no matter what you are, has to go through a background investigation by law. And finally, he admitted that these trustees hadn't had a background investigation in over 10 years, and most of them over 20 years. And at that point, I told Shamblin and Dearman that these regents will not be allowed on my campus for any reason until they successfully complete a background investigation. And
Well, in your opinion, why have the background checks been ignored?
I'm sorry?
Why have the background checks been ignored for years?
I honestly don't know. In 2018 report that I wasn't privy to because Dearman nor Shamblin told me about these reports, or the 4 reports before that, and backgrounds was mentioned in every one of those reports as being a red flag. I jumped on that immediately, and I started the backgrounds, and they were willing to back what I was doing because it made them look good, I guess. I don't know, but backgrounds are extremely important, and why they were ignored, I can't answer that question.
Anyone on the board in jail? Is anyone of the Board of Regents in jail right now?
Yes, one of the Board of Regents was just recently arrested for attempted murder, arson, and a myriad of other felonies. The other regent, who was the president, is still working as a regent, and he himself is a felon for domestic violence and other felonies.
So how did BIE, how'd they react when you expressed your concerns about the Board of Regents?
There was a standoffish at first, and I pushed the issue that I'm not letting these regents on my campus. And this has got to get done. This is law, and this is the way I work. This is a standard we got to keep.
Well, speaking of the standards and everything, I want you to try to elaborate a little bit more on your tenure. Like, why were you hired? What were your accomplishments? And just what did you set out to do there?
I wanted to make Haskell the flagship university. So my standard, and I was waiting to get the right vice president. The vice president, for example, that I hired had 20 years with the Interior as a administrative judge. She had also served as Haskell as an adjunct law professor. She knew her stuff. That's my vice president, and with her, I expected to hire several more people of that caliber. I also wanted to bring in other PhDs because they lacked that, and I was bringing in graduate and doctoral programs, identifying them, and working with folks to initiate these programs. I started for example, the dual enrollment program. That was off the ground and initially started, as you're aware, to raise the numbers of students, because 700 students in a university is very small. I projected within 3 years I'd have over 3,000 students on campus. A major problem, too, at the campus was the retention program, student retention program. It was 46%. And my doctoral dissertation addressed student retention in 87 different areas. So I knew how to work that, and I worked at other universities to bring student retention up. I initiated a 24/7 online distance learning tutoring program for these students that could go online any time of the day or night and actually meet with somebody live on a Zoom call, and not just STEM programs.
How was your relationship with the student body?
The student body was fine. I mean, the student body was great. I was connecting with what I could, and I was helping them. I was getting the new computers and everything that they needed.
Coach Mays, I wanted to ask you a question in line with that too. Why did the students feel so comfortable coming to you to report allegations rather than other faculty?
Once I was reporting, a small campus got around, and then I've been working with Indian Country since 2014.
How many other faculty members were reporting besides you?
Not in retaliation? I don't know. Not aware of many cases. But yeah, and I kind of fully answer your question, started with Indian Country over since 2014. And a lot of these tribes, I coach their families. So it's kind of a long-standing relationship too. A lot of them, I end up coaching their brothers, sisters, and hopefully one day some of the kids of the runners.
Sorry about that, Mr. Chairman. Out of time. Yield back.
Thank you, the gentleman. The gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansberry, the ranking member, is recognized for her 5 minutes.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. This is a challenging situation to parse out, and I'm going back through this interior report, which was released earlier last year. And I think what is evident from the testimony we heard in the last panel, from the stories that we've heard shared today, is that there's a toxic culture at Haskell. Period. It's toxic. It's affecting the leadership, it's affecting the faculty, and it's affecting the students. This report is filled with stories of not only the coach, but also students being bullied by adults.
The former president.
Who are involved in the faculty and leadership of the school. And it sounds like from, Coach, your testimony, what I understand your testimony to be is that you attempted to elevate these issues almost 24 times to BIE specifically, and basically never received a response. Is that correct?
Absolutely nothing.
So we have two issues here, really, right? We've got a toxic work culture that needs to be fixed inside the administration and faculty of the school, and we have an accountability follow-up issue with BIE. Would you say that's an accurate description of where things are broken?
Correct. And when I elevated to law enforcement, when they went on campus with the sexual assault, they informed me, Officer Kelsey Pence, that there was no reports. They didn't exist.
So, kind of zooming out of the details of the he said, she said, what does the toxic culture emanate from? I mean, it sounds like it's been there for decades. Is it a handful of individuals who do not get along with each other, are bullying and harassing personalities? Is it a tone that is set by the leadership? Where does this toxic culture come from at the school?
It's mostly one group. They're mostly related. They have different last names, but they're still related, which is pretty common in Indian Country. A lot of families, brothers and sisters, will share different last names. And personally, I think it started in '81 with the hire of Gerald Gipp, who was hiring members of his family regardless of what the legalities were. In one case that I was informed of in '84.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna just reclaim my time for a moment, if it's okay. Dr. Graham, would you have a similar assessment, or what do you think is the source of the toxic culture?
Well, basically the same thing that Mr. Mays said, and also the dragging, slow hiring. So they take, when these different administrative positions come open, we don't hire right away. We can't. There's just a major drag at HR. So they take active faculty and make them active vice presidents, active deans, or acting deans. I mean, and they're all taking care of their buds, their cliques, and more toxicity is getting passed around through this method. It just doesn't work.
So I would like to just say this. I think the testimony has made clear that the toxic work environment at Haskell needs to be addressed. There is new leadership. It sounds like the new leadership is trying to address it, but it has not been totally addressed. We're still having evidence come out that it has not been addressed. And so for those that are in the chain of command, I hope you're listening to this hearing it, and knowing that Congress is going to hold you accountable for it. As far as the BIE, we will be following up with the BIE director and assistant secretary about accountability. It is unacceptable that the federal agency who provides oversight for this university did not respond to complaints from a faculty member. That cannot happen. It's a federal agency with responsibilities to the school, and that's our job, is to make sure that there's appropriate oversight. I do think the assistant secretary is taking these issues very seriously. I had the opportunity to talk to him yesterday, but it's clear that whatever's happening in the interface between the university and the BIE, that it's broken and there's not accountability happening there. And I'm out of time here. But I would like to ask Ms. Martin, I know you were asked this by our ranking member as well. You know, having listened to the testimony here, I think what I'm most concerned about is the students of Haskell feel safe. I think it's evident that they don't feel safe because of the toxic culture. They're being bullied and harassed. And because this report has not just one, but multiple incidents of potential sexual assault that happened on campus. And so not only how do we change this culture, but how do we really address it systemically at a university campus where people are living on campus and they're separated from the general population to ensure that these students are safe?
I'll give a two-part answer to that. One is that I think really, I think it's on. A two-part answer to that. One part is that it is about really focusing on what Title IX and the executive order require, which is paying attention to what is necessary to enable a student to truly participate in education, and making sure that a response to sexual harassment and sexual assault on campus is focused on what does the survivor need in order to be whole and healthy and fully able to be part of the educational experience. That is one part of the answer. That I think is the focus that should drive reform of policies and practices on campus. The other part of the answer I'll name is that when you are looking at a school with a toxic culture, it is a reminder of the importance of enforcement of students' civil rights by outside agencies like the Department of Education, as a last resort by students themselves through lawsuits. It's a reminder of the importance of Title IX and the Title IX regulations as a foundation and as a fail-safe for providing the basic protections that all students should be able to depend on.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. And I'll just say this in conclusion, and I appreciate the extra time to ask the question. You know, we heard from the Assistant Secretary that they put more student support services in place since the release of this report. But I think even the story of the coach makes clear that there are students on campus that don't feel like they have anywhere to go to report what has happened to them in a safe space. And so the school needs to address that as well, and to do so in a more systematic way. So we appreciate it, and thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're really welcome. So I'm going to follow up where she just left off, Ms. Martin. You're looking at this from the outside. So if you were the person whose model this university was going to be, how would you start with this toxic environment? Would you start with the board of trustees? Would you get rid of them all? Get new people? Where would you start?
Well, I would start by trying to identify the leaders who I hope some of them are there, even if it is not all of them, who really are committed to creating an inclusive, safe campus where students are able to feel supported. And working with the leaders who really have that vision for what the school should be. because I think leaders who are able to speak to that vision can bring others along. And while, again, I am not an expert at Haskell's culture, and it is complicated for sure, it also seems as though there are people there who care about the students very much. And I think that is the critical starting point.
So, Mr. Mays, I went to school at Creighton University in Omaha. Do you have any relationships with Creighton?
No, I don't believe so.
Doc, do you know if you have any relations with Creighton?
No, sir.
Well, the reason I ask that is Creighton is the largest private school in the country with the highest amount of Native Americans. They've been very, 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 very gifted. Nebraska has been in Omaha, Creighton. So I guess my thinking is there something that we could take maybe from Creighton to kind of rebuild a culture of success? Because I think once you get a spark of success, it's going to breed success. What's your thoughts, Mr. Mays?
Especially with the Native community, since they have a sense of community and empowerment, that's why I like coaching sports. Once they are able to see that there's a system of trust, they can report something without seeing the predator. The following day, the following second day, the reports are actually heard. There isn't a correlation with the women that are reporting sexual abuse or then bullied soon after. I'm not even aware of one of the sexual assault victims wasn't bullied after her reports. So I think the first thing is, listening to the students, taking their reports fully serious, and following actual policy and procedure, and start building trust. It might take a while, but start building trust.
Well, I think you got to start somewhere, and even one mind abused is too much. It seems like there's a gift here, and we ought to be really building on that gift. Doc, do you have any other ideas you might want to share with us?
I would add leadership to that. You've got to have the correct leader in there, and you lead by example. You get down in the trenches with the troops. You have to have credibility. You have to have integrity. That, to me, is first and foremost. And without that, you're going to fall into that toxic pattern if you come in there without any of those credibility or any of those abilities. And that is something that is learned. That is something that is something that is expounded on, and something that is mentored onto your subordinates. So you're a leader, but you train I train my people to take my place, and they've got to do it with leadership. They've got to have that skill set.
So it's leaders are made, and they get people to follow, right?
Correct.
And so, that's what I was telling the assistant secretary, was that I'm not interested in quantity. I'm interested in quantity, or quality. I want to see that quality. And I asked him, I said, what is your vision? Give me a one-statement vision that you can come up with that will gravitate people around you. And I think there's a lot to that story. It's been sad. I've lived my whole life with tribal members. Wyoming Indian School up in Wyoming. And 6 months after I graduated, all the kids I played against were dead.
Wow.
Yeah, from all sorts of weird things. So there's a culture here, too, that we've got to break.
Yes.
Because there's some excellent minds, some wonderful people in here, and they're being just trashed by the wayside. So I agree with the ranking member. This has got to come about. And I think we ought to take this as a special project, that we have the school answer to us, Congress. That's just me. But I think we ought to have it and hold people accountable. If we're not willing to, who is? Anybody got any other questions? Last comments?
I'm gonna go just back to good old common sense. The way we start with this is we need to fire bad people. That's a good start. we have a culture that's been going there for decades, my friends. It's because there are people in power who do not care about these kids. We haven't even talked about what kind of outcome they're getting on grades. We have no idea. I mean, I can imagine if they're dealing with this, that they're probably not prepared to go out and build their dreams either. So, and I have to respectfully just make this one point. Title IX has been around for 50 years. I grew up in Tallahassee, Florida. There's Florida A&M, there's FSU. I went to the University of Miami. They're not having these kind of issues. They have the same Title IX. This is a problem with people who do not have expectations for those kids, and they take advantage of them because they're entitled. They're bureaucrats that are entitled to a paycheck without doing any work, without being any accountability, and they know they're not going to ever get fired. We're going to change that, by the way. I'm so thankful that you're sitting here and exposing American people to what's happening to these good young people on these campuses nobody see. Out of sight, out of mind is the way this evil takes advantage of kids, and that's not going to happen anymore. So just know there's going to be accountability. And accountability comes down to oversight, what we do with how we put our funds out there. And just like any other college, if they're not doing the job, they don't deserve taxpayer dollars, period. Period. And if we're saying they need to get it just because of their background, we're not giving these kids the true opportunities they need to have. There should be a high standard for people teaching and running these colleges. If they're not willing to do that, if they don't fire them, we need to start pulling back some funding. And that might give them the message that something has to be done, because the kids are the bottom line. That's what we need to be focused on, not the institution, not these bullies, but the institution. And I'm excited about having a group here that really does care about this, and we're going to address this issue in a big way. Looking forward to it. You bet.
Ranking member, got some final comments?
I just want to say thank you again for coming to testify. And, you know, I'm always concerned most about the students, but also the faculty and the educators at the school. We understand the deep history of Haskell. We understand that people are proud to be Haskell graduates. And so I just want to say that, you know, we're here to perform our oversight responsibilities and to help the school get back on track. But we also won't step back from our federal trust responsibility to ensure that we're providing an adequate and beautiful and terrific education for any member of any tribal nation that wants to attend Haskell University, because it is a good school. And so I just wanted to add that to the mix. So we appreciate you being here. And with that, I turn it back to you.
Thank you. You know, one of the things that Congress just got from the Supreme Court was the Chevron deference. They defied it. The agency doesn't have all the rulemaking. Congress does. I think this is a golden opportunity for us to set that bar in education. You know, the trust obligation is the federal government's. We're the federal government. Why not? Wouldn't that be something if we could actually break this curse? That would be me. I think there's lots of assets there. And, you know, one mind, if we save one mind, it's worth it. So I'll just challenge you with that. So maybe we have to get together a little bit more to make sure we're getting this right. Now, the members of the committee may have some other additional questions for the witnesses, and we ask that you respond to those in writing. Under Committee Rule 3, members of the committee may submit their questions to the subcommittee clerk by 5 p.m. on July 28th? 29th, sorry. The hearing record will be held open for 10 business days for those responses. If there's no further business, the subcommittee is adjourned. Thank you.